Hello and welcome, Brawl Stars fan. We're here for Stage 3 of the LPL Brawl Stars Asia Pacific Tour. Of course, LPL Supercell have teamed up to bring APAC another opportunity to compete in the APAC Tour. We've had 3 stages, well, 2 stages so far. We're now into our 3rd, Teddy. We're back at it again, and we've got some big names ready to step up and take charge.
Absolutely. It's been an exciting time here for Brawl Stars with lots of tournaments already happening and coming up as well. Pre-LCQ, post-LCQ rather. So it's going to be really interesting to see kind of how everything is, how things have changed in APAC, and how some of those teams are going to fare at Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, it gears us up for a very, very entertaining run towards the end of the year of this competitive Brawl Stars years. Looking at how we got here, though, similar format to how stages 1 and 2 ran. We had our qualifiers, 4 regions: East Asia, Southeast Asia, Oceania, and South Asia coming through. They played in a single elim best of 5 format. Top 2 teams from each region qualified to get here, the final stage, where we will play through a double elim bracket, a mixture of best of 3s, and our final 4 matches being best of 5s. Teddy, over today and tomorrow, we'll whittle those numbers down to find out who is the ultimate APAC team closing out the Brawl Stars Tour.
It's been a pretty crazy few weeks here, with LCQ being a bit of a disappointment, I think, for APAC in general as a region, just not really able to give themselves the best representation they ever had. This is their chance to kind of show, you know, how things have been, and we're past the regular season as well of the Brawl Stars Championship, right? So we don't have like monthly finals to compare it as much. This is a great way to kind of see the form of teams like CR getting into the World Final.
I mean, not to mention, a patch literally dropped 2 days ago, so we are going to see how that changes things up. I mean, look, APAC has always been sort of its own little sub-region, and their meta seems to reflect that, but it's going to be interesting to see how they play coming off the back of it. They're not just playing for clout at the end of the day here in the Brawl Stars Asia Pacific Tour. They are playing for prize money. Teddy, there is cash up for grabs, and for the likes of Crazy Raccoon, who will be heading to Worlds like you did mention not too long ago, $3,000 in the back pocket is probably going to go a long way in terms of, you know, making sure you get some extra merch while you're at Worlds and making sure you have a good time. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're the ones vying for time. Not to mention being the first ever 2-time Brawl Stars Asia Pacific Tour champions.
That is very true. I mean, they're definitely favorites coming into this one. With a prize pool like this, of course, the biggest teams are going to be willing to compete, and CR have shown that interest in the past and the ability to also secure that loot.
Well, let's have a look at the bracket, the lay of the land, so to speak, here in the Asia Pacific Tour. See how it is going to round itself out. Crazy Raccoons taking on Legion Gamers first. Team 1, unfortunately, unable to field a roster, have bowed out of the tournament. So Motivated will get a bye into that first semi-final, or upper bracket quarterfinal rather. Team Eclipse taking on Why the Best. Now, Team Eclipse is going to be an interesting one to watch. Some familiar names coming out of South Asia. And then Teddy, the match of all matches to start this tournament off. 3R Gaming taking on Coco Loco.
I mean, that's an absolute banger of an opening match. Great matchup there between 3R Gaming and Coco Loco. Coco Loco narrowly missing out on LCQ just by 1 point, and 3R Gaming not that far behind either. So two teams that, have been a little bit more in the shadow than maybe they deserve. This is their chance to step right back into the spotlight.
Yeah, look, Teddy, can you? I hear something. It sounds like boss music. I think we are getting ready to go into game 1 because it is the bosses of this tournament. Crazy Raccoon, your first matchup for Legion Gamers coming out of Malaysia. You could not find a tougher opponent to be taking on in game 1 of the tournament.
Yeah, they are the final boss, as you mentioned. They're an absolute stronghold of a team. Tensai, Tempo, Moya Tempo. It doesn't get much better than that as a squad. And this is one of the things as well. I always have to be careful when I'm talking about them. Like, I want to say the best team in the world. Maybe not quite, because they didn't quite make it all the way last year. But they are definitely the best team in the region. It's been a bit of a slower year this year for them. But still, beyond a shadow of a doubt, they are the strongest team in APAC. And they're here to prove it again this month.
I mean, they have potentially the rights to call themselves the best team in the world. We'll have to wait to Worlds, obviously. It's not decided just yet, but definitely someone in that conversation. Their opponents, though, coming in a little bit fresher, a little bit newer. Legion Gamers coming out of Malaysia, looking to try and step into the competitive Brawl Stars, ecosphere in Asia Pacific. I tried to figure out who these guys were, did a bit of research. These guys are unknown quantities to me. I haven't seen much of them. Trying to pin them down. This could be a very interesting match, especially for Crazy Raccoon, who may be playing against players who they don't know either.
Yeah, there's definitely like a bit of a surprise factor coming into play here. Legion Gamers, a newer team, players that I'm sure have some experience in ladder and maybe in match arenas, but not really anything we could track on my side either regarding like proper competitive experience. So for me, this is kind of a first time casting them. And I think it's going to be an interesting one because they're facing literally like the favorites of the tournament. So yeah, it's going to be a stressful and difficult way to kick off the season for them.
I mean, we did think they were favourites last time around, and then Na'Vi decided to get involved and screw that all up. But they're not here this time, so who knows? Whatever the case may be, it is time to get into our maps for Game 1 of the Asia Pacific Tour. Bounty on Shooting Stars, Dueling Beetles Hot Zone, and Hard Rock Mine Gem Grab. Teddy, looking at the changes that have been made recently, and on top of that, I want to add, apparently, I've been told, I could be wrong. I'm just a commentator. Sometimes we get these wrong. But apparently Mo is not quarantined for this tournament. Clancy's going to be up and available as well. So, I mean, do you reckon we see Mo come out? He's looking like he could be a pretty heavy hitter at the moment.
I think Mo is in a very good place. I think he's a very strong brawler. It can also be played in many different areas. You don't usually want to see it on the most open maps, but I think we saw Dueling Beetles in the middle. That seems like an absolutely perfect Mo map because you just got enough range to hit hard and get that double tap coming through from your star power. So I think that Mo is definitely going to be one of those brawlers that we're going to see banned a lot or played a lot. Or both, really. Maybe it's just going to be a mix of both here. I think Clancy less so. I think it's still good, but I do think the nerfs did hit it a little bit. And until you're actually charged up to that final stage, you do struggle a little bit, especially with brawlers like Surge being so meta right now. It's kind of difficult because Surge has a great matchup into Clancy.
I mean, not to mention, obviously, patch the other day, Surge, he got even stronger. Let's be honest. I mean, there's so many changes that not overtly changing the meta, but definitely subtly influencing. I mean, you look at the likes of Frank, he's lost out on about 300 HP, which means he's going to be a little bit easier to bring down. You talked about it in previous shows. Asia Pacific has always been an interesting region to watch, and I think a patch this soon to a tournament makes it all the more interesting. Crazy Raccoons taking first pick off the coin toss, Teddy. I mean, what are you prioritizing at the moment? I think things have opened up a lot, and I think Crazy Raccoon could could get quite crazy with the draft at this stage.
Yeah, there's kind of two things you look at for those early picks, right? Either you go for like the most broken brawlers, and you just try to, you know, dip your position with that, or you play something super safe, you know, brawlers like Meg, like Amber. In this case, they're gonna go RT, which is kind of neither, to be completely honest. Not really what I would have expected here on Shooting Star. I think that for the most part, still like a Nani or a Piper would have been a great pick as well. But they're going RT, which is a bit interesting, and I'm very curious, like, why that is and how they're actually going to follow up with that, because maybe they're just having some fun as well with this draft.
I mean, RT has been a bit of a staple pick for APAC, especially through these tour matches that we've seen so far. Brock coming through, again, someone who did receive a little bit of love. 250 damage per rocket on that hypercharge means that once he is activated and in play, that's a lot of damage that will be pumping out. Tick as well, seeing a bit of love, you know, his charge rate sped up a little bit. I mean, we're starting to see that patch already, I think, influence this draft phase.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, like, exactly if this is the greatest process at drafting. Again, Legion gamers don't really know how good they are at drafting in the first place. This is a bit of a questionable comp, though. In general, I mean, Brock is just not a very good sharpshooter. He's the only place you really play Brock is either in Heist, because he does good damage on the safe, and even then, he's not very popular. And otherwise, you can play him if you really need a wall break. But this is not really a map where there's much wall break to be found, because the walls in the middle, like the most important walls, are unbreakable. So I think it's a bit of an interesting pick there. Colt, I mind less. I think that, like, if you're just very good with Colt, you can just diff your position. But for the most part, a bit of a question mark comp on their end. And I'm also wondering if Crazy Raccoon are maybe trying to, like, not reveal their hand too much with the comps and just playing something safe and fun that, you know, they know that it will be sufficient to win.
Well, we'll have to figure it out. It's time to jump into game one of Stage 3 here in the Asia Pacific Top 10. Who would have thought, with Stage 3 already coming to the end of 2024 in the Brawl Stars competitive season, but already Legion gamers looking to make their mark on the map, and this Tick paying out well. That thrower being able to control such distance with those explosives means that Melody is in a great spot.
So far, so good here for Crazy Raccoon. Legion gamers are gonna have to find some sort of an opening, but it's the tempo that Strikes finds too easy, and 3 stars now in favor of CR. Another pickup from Tensai now onto Melody, and that is gonna be too easy. Falling again. Pretty much just doesn't even get to live after his shield is gone. That's crazy. 7 stars now in favor of CR.
Yeah, the Caster's Curse coming in hard and fast with that one. They said they started strong, and then Crazy Raccoon said, well, actually, we're just making sure that Tensai can get us supercharged up, make sure that we've got that mobility that we're looking for, and from there it was just all over. The Gene as well, not to mention Moya, going to be able to go for the pull. Yeah, there we go, straight on to OG Sinner, caught out. This is exactly what Crazy Raccoon have been known to do in the past. They play a solid game, they play a coordinated game, and they are ones to punish heavily when the opportunity presents itself, and that's exactly what they've done right here.
Yeah, Tensai on the max is disgusting to watch as well. It's creating so much space. Moya and Shitempor have been the ones getting the kills, but Tensai's creating so much space. I mean, just look how aggressive he is with that positioning. Too easy, trying to desperately find Tensai. Tensai nearly goes down. But still, it's 21 stars, 2-0 to lock in that opening game for CR.
I mean, the draft there was brilliant from Crazy Raccoon. You got Tensai playing as Max through mid, RT left lane. You then had the Gene right lane. You had someone aggressive pivoting on both sides. Look, Crazy Raccoon are just the best in APAC. There is no two ways about it. So if you're a team coming to this competition who isn't as familiar at this high-level play, these are the guys you want to be watching.
Yeah, I think it does come down quite a bit too. I mean, obviously there's a skill difference, right, between those two teams that is, you know, an absolute truth at this point, and we all know it. But Legion Games, I think their draft here kind of misses the mark as well. Tick not bad, but it's kind of the only brawler I would expect to see on the map like this. And it's not really a must pick either. I just think that Colt and Brock are just kind of out of touch with the meta, and not like a recent thing either. Brock has not been meta here in maybe a year.
Yeah, I mean, like you could justifiably see people in the ladder being baited out by, oh, you look 250 extra damage per rocket. That's huge. That's everything. But in reality, if the rest of the kit then doesn't back it up, there's no point. It takes a while to get to that hypercharge. And well, you can see just the coordination out of Crazy Raccoon. I think this probably speaks more to a comfort draft than anything out of Legion Gamers. That was insanely fast though, Teddy, from Crazy Raccoon. We thought it was a dominant game 1, game 2 even more so.
Yeah, I mean, a flawless set here from CR. I think in game 1, maybe they were playing it still a little bit safer, you know, trying to see, like, we don't know those guys. We might not want to, like, you know, give them an early lead and let things slip from there. So I think they just approached things a little bit safer, kind of had the opportunity to, like, gauge how strong their opposition was. I think in game 2, they're like, okay, well, guys, the quicker we're done, the quicker we get back to a break. And that really seems like what was going on there.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Raccoon, after that first game, it sort of told them everything they needed to know, and they could just from there put to put it nicely, the boot on the neck and then finish things off. I don't know. I think, yeah, a draft that screams more comfort than anything coming out of map 1 going into map 2. I'm not holding out a huge amount of hope. To be fair, it was always stacked. It was Crazy Raccoon that you're going up against first in the tournament anyway. Legion Gamers had their work cut out from them from the very, very first second of each of these maps, and it doesn't get any easier from there, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think the map is maybe a little bit better, I guess, for like underdog stories. You can kind of spawn trap your position. So if they're able to nail that draft a little bit better, maybe I can see some play. I also think that like Shooting Star is particularly bad when you're being skill diffed, because mechanically an open map just means like very open fights. Duking and dodging is much more important, and obviously aim as well. So Dueling Beetles maybe comes down a little bit less to that. What scares me is that like I really did not like Legion's draft in the first set. I thought it just was completely out of touch, and right now they pretty much entirely rely on that draft getting into set number 2 to, you know, give them a chance.
Yeah, look, I mean, the question then becomes, is there anything that you could draft in theory to make this a little bit better against Crazy Raccoons? And I think the answer, honestly, is probably no at this stage. Going into Dueling Beetles, we do see the Larry Laurie picked up first. Unfortunately, we're not going to see the APAC Grey. I'm heartbroken about this, Teddy. The APAC Grey not coming out so far, but Mortis being banned out. We do see the Squeak paired with the tick. Interesting. I mean, Squeak did see a bit of love in the recent round of patches, but do you think it's justifiable enough to see him slip into the mirror?
Not really. It's a bit of an interesting pick. I mean, again, it is you know, a clean sheet for all of us and everything we know, with some recent balance changes, and to kind of figure out how everything is going to play out and which brawlers are going to be on top of the meta. Daryl and Gale, definitely very strong picks here. Very fun ones too from Crazy Raccoon. Obviously, you have the combination as well that you like pick a tank and then you remove one of the tank counters. So right now, they're pretty limited on tank counters on Legion Gamers, especially since like Colette, which is your best DPS against tanks, doesn't do particularly good against Daryl because the shield kind of stops that 2-tap super mechanic that is sufficient to take down any brawler unless he gets heals or he has a shield. Obviously, Daryl has a shield, so that's just out of the equation pretty much, and Spike is just not very good in the current meta. So again, I'd be pretty confident here with this CR draft.
Yeah, double throwers into the hot zone. Maybe they're going to look to hug walls, but in all honesty, looking at what came out, the Daryl is just... he was an all right pick to begin with, but now having 2 supers, not only can he close that gap, but he could also then duck out of danger again. Just some insane mobility on top of everything. Gale as well, receiving some love, 200 odd damage on top of his super. Look, Crazy Raccoon have an understanding of what they want to do in this tournament. They're doing exactly that. Legion, maybe they've cracked the code. I think that's probably not the case though in this situation.
It's a draft that like doesn't look promising to me, but as always, I'm more than happy to be proven wrong. We have the Plankton skin on the tempo. You love to see it. Big shout out to Supercell for that awesome SpongeBob collab that has brought some super cool skins to the game. But for now, what it's bringing here for Legion Gamers is just more problems, as CR are pretty much just fighting them in their spawn. I mentioned spawn trapping being a thing here. I mean, it doesn't get worse than that.
No, well, you said CR's fighting them. No, Shitadampo was fighting them almost single-handedly as this Daryl with the new double super capabilities. I don't know. I do. I'll back you up there. I do really rate the current battle pass. It's got some sick skins, and look, that might inflame the internet. I know there's been a lot of chat about who should have got which skin, and a certain character on the show should have been Griff, and whatever the case may be. Crazy Raccoon, 81%, no signs of showing down. In fact, I can't remember the last time all three of them were in there, half more than their opponents. Legion gamers have just been backed up against the door. This Daryl is just going to town. Shitatampo's loving the new changes.
Yeah, well, this is what we have best of threes for as well, right? To just kind of like weed out some of the lesser teams, some of the teams that don't have the experience to make it to the further stages of this tournament. And so far, it is looking, I don't want to say certain because, you know, I don't want to jinx it, but it's looking pretty good for CR and Legion gamers. It seems more and more likely they are going to be dropping to the lower bracket if CR are able to just close it out right here, right now. And so far, I have not seen any indications that it wouldn't be the case. I like to slow in the middle. That is definitely what you want to be doing with the Squeak. But once it's out, and especially when Squeak has no control whatsoever, I mean, he's pushed back all the way to his spawn. It's a team wipe already, and CR have full control of the map.
I mean, it's crazy to me that the strategy is Gale left, left lane, Larry Laurie mid, and then Shitatampo on the Daryl just in their base. Like, the right lane is no longer a lane. He is just in their side of the map, wreaking havoc as best he can. And you got to feel for Legion gamers. They've just been overwhelmed by every single step of the way. Tetsai in, putting that new buffed super from Gale to work. Big damage. I mean, Shitatampo, the guy was invulnerable and he's still about to pick up the kill on the Melody there. Okay, all right. Maybe it's the skin. That's all I'm saying.
So far, things looking absolutely flawless here. Melody might be getting a percentage. No, never mind. Sinner will get a few percent for his team on the zone. But it's more of a consolation prize than anything else. Avoid 100 to 0. And at least they'll have that done, but it's going to be direction the lower bracket for Legion gamers. CR are moving through to the next round of the upper bracket. I mean, really unchallenged here in this one. It just didn't really have, you know, to face anything too complicated for them. Just simple drafts on their side, having some fun with the drafting as well, and then having a ton of fun in the games too, from the looks of it.
Yeah, look, they obviously progress quite easily through round one, and then will be taken on motivated in that upper bracket quarterfinal. I mean, there's only so much I think you can break down from that, Teddy. Just whether it was Legion playing more into their own comforts than necessarily the meta when it comes to APAC, whatever the case may be. Yeah, it wasn't a draft that really threatened Crazy Raccoon all that heavily.
Yeah, I mean, it was 28 kills to 2. You know, I think that's pretty much the statement here. A very, very, very good performance here from CR. But I also think that, like, it's not really representative of anything either, right? Because they didn't have to show, like, their best skill. They didn't have to show their best drafts either. It was really just like a roll in the park on their end, and nothing too challenging for Crazy Raccoon just yet. I can't quite say the same for their opposition. I feel like Legion did do, you know, the best they could. We'll have to see in the lower bracket if maybe against some lesser opponents they have more of a chance. But so far, it's been a tough start of the tournament for them.
Well, let's keep the trainer rolling here in the Asia Pacific Tour. Up next, this one is where things start to get a bit interesting, because obviously coming to the end of the Brawl Stars competitive season, we are starting to see some of those big roster swaps happening, and Team Eclipse taking on Why the Best. Now, Team Eclipse may not sound the most familiar, but when you look at the players on this roster, Teddy, that is where a picture starts to reveal itself. And Sergeant, Captain Rox, and Ash King, whether this is a case of they are playing just for this tournament with this roster, you know, filling in some time in the off season, or this could potentially be the team that they look to play into the next competitive season. I mean, do you think this is where this trajectory heads for these guys?
I don't really know. I mean, as you mentioned, they might just be experimenting and kind of seeing like what sticks. They've been playing together for a bit now, so it seems like they get along well, and they've gotten some decent results here and there. It's been hard for them in the championship. Obviously, with the merge of the regions, it's not been very favorable to Indian teams when it comes to like connectivity. But they've been able to like, you know, deal with the adversity and still play their best Brawl Stars and give it their best shot every month anyway. So excited to see what this team has to offer this month.
Well, their opponents coming into it, we've seen some out of these guys as well. Looking at what they might be able to achieve, though, that is the big question. Why the best? Snowfly, Pigboy, and Ash coming in. I mean, again, names that have floated around the competitive season for a while. I know I've seen these guys in a couple of monthly qualifiers. I think you'd lean towards the, whether it's ex-Revenant or current Revenant, but also playing under a different name with a mixed roster. I think we have an idea of where this one might go.
Yeah, I mean, heavily favorable for Eclipse. Now, I think that probably, like, with this team being an East Asian team, they should have a slight, like, ping advantage, which is going to be in their favor. But if you just look at kind of like the skill and the experience of those two teams, I think Team Eclipse comes in as still a pretty heavy favorite. And unless those guys, like, you know, have some skills that they haven't shown to us before, I would say that, yeah, Team Eclipse are in a good spot with this opening.
Having a look at the vetoes, it is going to be the same as last series. Obviously, game 2 of this upper bracket, round 1 was forfeited by Team 1. So, look, unfortunately, yeah, it's going to be much of the same. Maybe, well, definitely, we will get to the next portion of the map vetoes in our next series. But Team Eclipse going Shooting Star, Dueling Beetles, Hard Rock. I think, yeah, like you said, they've got the competitive experience. They know what they're doing. These guys have been playing together for a while. So it won't be discomfort that ultimately undoes them. I think this is largely on their own shoulders. So yeah, definitely Team Eclipse probably looking quite happy with this draft.
Yeah, I think they got a good matchup ahead of them. Overall, it's going to be a nice warm-up, you know, to kind of get started with the day, and they'll have some tougher position later on for sure. So not a bad thing, I think, for them to start things easy here. But again, why the best is a Japanese team. So East Asia as a whole is the strongest like sub-region of APAC. So I'm curious to see how they kind of play out, even though like those players in particular haven't really found the spotlight much in the Brawl Stars Championship before, or even in LPLs more specifically. So yeah, a bit of a question mark here. I'm very curious to see how they will perform and to see some kind of like newcomers to this format.
Speaking of newcomers, believe it or not, you have the chance to compete in more LPL Brawl Stars content. You can check out the QR code on your screen there. You can try, I think it's exclamation mark. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. Showdown. Exclamation mark Showdown in chat. You can get yourselves involved. We've got Brawl Stars competition going on every month in both the 3v3 and the 1v1 format. So you can try it out for yourself, get yourself some prizes, and maybe even work your own way into the Asia Pacific Tour come next year for our first stage there. But Teddy, I mean, these opportunities seem to be coming hard and fast for Asia Pacific at the moment. There are more and more tournaments popping up. I know Rivals got their tournament coming up soon. It just seems like everything is coming up APAC right now.
It's been awesome. I mean, it's always been a region that had like a bunch of matcherinos as well. So like definitely like the community trying to run some events. It's great to see some actual like bigger organizations chip in and actually help this like, you know, micro ecosystem, because that's kind of what APAC was as well. You know, it was a region that was underrepresented when it comes to, you know, general like tournaments. And right now, it's more than ever. So yeah, I'm thrilled about that, and I feel like LPL kind of paved the way for that to happen as well.
Absolutely, it's definitely great to see Brawl Stars competition getting its opportunity right now. But from what I understand, we are going to have to throw it to a quick break just before we get into things on the other side. We'd like to jump into our next match of the Asia Pacific Tour. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Technically third match of the day, given how things have played out. But Team Eclipse coming into this, taking on Why the Best. Teddy, I mean, ping difference versus skill difference. What do you reckon? Can a team that is very good playing with ping disadvantage suffer that much against a team who is less capable playing with favorable ping? Do you reckon?
I think that skill makes a difference here in this matchup, especially when, like, if you look at Team Eclipse, they're used to it at this point, right? They're used to having to compete with a bit of a ping disadvantage. It's not like, there was one of the Motley finals where like CR had a big ping disadvantage and they were just unable to show their true self because, they're not used to that, sort of like underlying condition. In this case, they know it's the name of the game. It's always kind of been like that. And I think that makes a big difference as well here. Team Eclipse, for me, coming in as like an 80-20 favorite in this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Team Eclipse, Revenant, Esports, either way. It's one of those situations where you kind of want to see them play on LAN in the current iteration to really gauge how they play. Unfortunately, missing on LCQ and Worlds. We're not going to get that opportunity, at least in 2024. They've got more work to put up for next year. But once again, same maps as Game 1, given the skipping out of the map veto. Shooting Star Bounty, Dueling Beetles coming in the hot zone, gem grab. What do you think, Teddy, in terms of the meta? Has the nerf, the changes, been enough to drastically shift things, or is it just we're seeing the meta sort of settle towards the end of 2024?
I think that like with Worlds slowly coming up, I don't think they wanted to have like too drastic changes. Obviously, some brawlers needed some slight adjustments and nerves, especially bug fixes. I think were one of the major aspects of the balance changes here. And for the most part, I think that the meta is still fairly similar to what it was before the recent changes. So I'm not expecting any major drifts to that extent. However, it's APAC, and they always love to kind of make their own of the meta and have its own extra little like sprinkle of APAC flavor. So I wouldn't be surprised to still see some fancy picks here and there.
I mean, it's a lot. You see the APAC meta sort of defines itself throughout the year, and then they just completely throw it out the window when they go to international events and they play what is internationally considered to be better. It's a bizarre ecosystem in a competitive environment. But either way, APAC, look, we're carving out our place in the world, so to speak. And I mean, Crazy Raccoon, they're looking to get the last little bit of prep in before they head off to Worlds. Coin toss there. Why the best will have first pick. For Eclipse, again, you're a team that is incredibly experienced. You've got Worlds experience, you've got LAN experience. They're happy with either side of that coin toss, I think.
Oh, absolutely. So I think if anything, like if you are a big underdog, like in this sort of situation, you would probably prefer last pick over first pick, just because it's a little bit easier, I think, to draft. Because instead of having to like kind of future-proof your comp, you get to have the final word and just, you know, see all the matchups unfold and get that final pick that hopefully turns the tides in your favor. I think it's a bit harder the other way around, right? Where you have to, sure, get that first pick and pick before all your opposition and lock in like arguably the strongest brawler that there is, but it's gonna get countered the hell out of it throughout the picks of your opposition. And Viper is a good first pick, especially with a Nani ban. It's pretty much a classic hero in Shooting Star. It has like, I wouldn't say it has disappeared a little bit, but it's not something we see as often as before, just because Nani has gotten nerfed quite a bit. And there's other sharpshooters like Manly that have been able to really shine. And yeah, the matchup against Nani isn't that strong. So Nani, usually not a brawler that gets banned as much anymore. Therefore, Piper, I think, is a good pick here. But regardless, they meant Nani anyways. I'm just trying to explain kind of like the, you know, the competitive lore behind the process of picking that early Piper.
Well, I mean, even with the changes, Nani, look, yes, look, it gets bigger. That's the gist of the patch notes so far. But Team Eclipse going a different direction entirely, Teddy. This is the hook meta, it seems, out of Team Eclipse from India. We've got the Jean and the Grey. I mean, look, if they can isolate a target, I think this well and truly could bully something like the Piper, but those indestructible walls make it a little bit tougher. I can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to isolate and just displace Why the Best, but whether that works or the ping difference is as significant as it will be.
It's an interesting pick here. I don't mind Grey. This is one of the things as well, because you are convinced I'm a Grey hater. I'm not. I'm really not. I like Grey a lot.
Never slander you.
I think Grey is a super fun brawler, and I think that it definitely like fits that role of either bringing you to an area with the TP, like in Hot Zone, or like going for more assassin plays, and especially try to target not sharpshooters, throwers. So if there was like a tick here, you just TP on top of him, it's a free kill. I mean, they're completely defenseless at that point, and more likely than not, they're able to TP back to safety as well. However, I can't help but see that there's no throwers on Why the Best, which is a bit interesting that you'd want to pick a Grey into like a Piper with still 2 picks open, and now there's not really like, I mean, the Grey doesn't have an amazing matchup against anyone really. Mandy though, love it. I think it's great. Outranges literally everyone here, so that's a huge advantage. However, we have to keep into consideration that with a Carl on the Why the Best comp, they get free blue star every single round.
Yeah, just having that gadget in pocket is fairly solid. I'm just, in my head, I like what Why the Best are drafting. The only problem is, once Team Eclipse get up in their face, it's kind of all over. They don't really have much of anything in terms of frontline and sustain. So it's a situation where if they put the poke to work the way that we hope they will, then yeah, they've got that ability to just hold off Team Eclipse. But I think, in all honesty, Team Eclipse know exactly what they're doing. They're going to find the right angles, and yeah, there you go. Okay, so they just happened to figure out that, you know what, there's a good chance, you know, it's Shooting Star, it's Bounty, they're probably going to bring a Carl, they're probably going to do the cheese thing, and so their answer is, well, we'll just bring them even closer.
Yeah, I mean, that pull was absolutely brutal. Let's be honest here. The blue star is immediately being given to Team Eclipse. Why the Best did manage to find a kill, some back and forth here, and actually Why the Best now with a 1-star advantage at the end of that encounter. Nicely done. They have the lead for now, and it's going to be Team Eclipse that have to go back to the drawing board and find a strategy here to find an opening kill.
Yeah, I think, ping difference maybe a little bit playing into it, just taking more damage than they probably would have liked. Sergeant does have the super there. He's going to dive on in with the teleport. Carl going to town with his own, but no, unfortunately, maybe it's a bit of a bait and switch. The gadget out to keep him alive, but we'll be able to teleport back out of danger. Ash finished off by Captain Rock. Not to be confused with Ash King, who's still happy and alive, pumping out that damage on that right-hand lane. So it turns in bouts, Teddy. We thought for a moment why the best were going to open things up there, but yeah, Team Eclipse knew exactly what they wanted to do in that situation. They've drafted for the punish, and it's brilliant so far.
7-star advantage for Team Eclipse. They do have 2 hypercharges available. I think they got to try to get back to full health, full ammo, pop both of them, and just go all in to get that final kill. The super from Ashy not going to find a connection. That maybe gives a little bit of a chance here for Why the Best, but they will need pretty much a full team wipe, or at least find Captain Rocks and Surgeon Clash. The pull here onto the hypercharge bell is not gonna help the case here for Why the Best. It's gonna be a team wipe, 18 stars to 5, and Team Eclipse take the opening game.
You got to respect it, the dive on in from Why the Best to try and recover, but yeah, look, it started a little bit dicey for Why for Team Eclipse there, but then that's exactly why they drafted what they did. You have both the Grey and the Jean who have the ability to punish that Carl as heavy as they possibly can, and not to mention the fact if they time it right, Piper lacks mobility without the super, and yeah, this is everything that they wanted to do. They've got the opportunity to go for it again here off the mark. Yeah, look, at least Ash learned his lesson from that first round.
Yeah, Certain went for the app, like the exact same strat here was the instant pull onto that blue star. But Ash managed to juke it this time around. Another missed pull there. But Surgeon still finds a kill regardless, and now the lead is back in favor into Team Eclipse. 2 stars to 1. And Why the Best have got to find an opportunity here to turn the tides, but that TP is absolutely brutal. And to that extent, actually, Big Boy finding a kill on the Ash King on the right keeps it pretty close here, 1-star difference.
Yeah, the power of the Piper up that right-hand lane, both long-range threats going toe-to-toe, but Mandy, he's a bit of a powerhouse, in all honesty, and they need to commit 2 players just to deal with it. So now we can potentially see that overmatch coming in. Sergeant Clash and Captain Rocks, if they isolate their own target, there is the potential for teleport shenanigans if they get enough damage out into Snowfly. Finds himself in a bit of trouble. Pig Boy punished. The dive in from Ash with the Carl does pick up the kill, but only to be traded out once again. The heavy punish is there. Advantage 4 stars or 10 stars to 6 rather, a 4-star advantage. Again, this entire draft geared around the punish is working so very well for Team Eclipse.
Yeah, those slows from Ash are absolutely brutal and kind of show some of the mistakes from Why the Best as well. If you look here, the last kill, the Bell, I mean, she was helpless, right? She slowed, there's nothing she could do, but the Piper earlier had a super and still got hit by the super from the Mandy. Yeah, well, she could have flown away back to safety. Those kind of mistakes kind of show the skill difference between those 2 teams. Hypercharge popped out by the Bell, though a final push coming through. Can they find any taps? It doesn't seem like it. Another team wipe again from Team Eclipse. And when it comes to those defensive positions, it's just impossible for Why the Best to break through the enemy lines and turn around the lead. Team Eclipse just so good at holding their ground.
Yeah, I mean, Team Eclipse knew exactly what they wanted to do with that draft. They figured, look, there is going to be a bit of a ping difference. We play for the catch. We've got a Jean, we've got a Grey. We've then got the Mandy as well for that long-range threat. So that they didn't invest heavily into the front line, but they invested in the possibility that Why the Best were going to make mistakes, and it paid off in a big way.
Yeah, I also think their draft kicked off kind of nicely with that Piper first pick. I really respect that. I mean, she's like an expert at duels as a sharpshooter. That's what she's like specializing in, she has like 0 util for the team besides like some wall breaks, but she's purely like a duelist sort of kit. It's absolutely about just taking those 1v1s, outranging, outdamaging within similar ranges. That's what she excels at, and it's kind of the only one that found some value as well with 3 kills on Pig Boy. So I think a good first pick. I think the draft maybe like kind of deflated afterwards, where it wasn't able to provide nearly as much value.
Yeah, look, I think Eclipse's game plan from the very beginning was just play around that ping advantage, know that Why the Best are going to try to exploit it and just capitalize on every opening that they did see. They did that pretty phenomenally. We saw it two rounds, 2 team wipes at the very end. for Team Eclipse onto why the best. Now going to the hot zone on Dueling Beetles. I mean, look, I don't see why we wouldn't see potentially a similar kit geared around that punish for Team Eclipse once again, because you can have why the best. They want to get onto that zone. If you draft a comp that is going to punish every, aggressive move out of why the best, especially given that we see it is final pick there for Team Eclipse, they have huge opportunity to really upset here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely showed like more than in our first match of the day, where I felt like, it was really like not a chance for Legion. In this case here, in this matchup, I did see a little bit more like just interesting stuff coming from them. So I think there is a chance they still pull an upset here in this set. I think Dueling Beetles, if you're able to just outdraft your position and get into some good positioning, you can definitely just like spawn trap your opponents and stop them from even getting close to that zone. But it's still like easier said than done. I mean, Team Eclipse, they know how to draft. They also, I think one of the things where they really shine, Team Eclipse, is they know how to draft when they have delay. There's a lot of teams, we see them like come from India, and they're perfectly fine drafts if it was like a fair ping or a LAN matchup, and then they're playing on delay, and it's just like unplayable brawlers, right? It's a lot of sharpshooters and brawlers that are really like mechanical. I think to that extent, Team Eclipse know what they're doing. I do like that first pick. I don't mind it, the Chester, to open things up here from why the best. We'll see the Amber, both like are pretty much just early picks. I think Meg would also have been a good shout as well. Mo would have been preferred, but it was obviously banned out by Team Eclipse here, since they had last pick. They didn't want to give the free Mo to why the best.
Yeah, terms of what you're looking at. I mean, Amber did receive a bit of a nerf, but in the grand scheme, it's still a huge amount of damage she's able to pump out with this super. So I never really felt like it was going to be something that could knock her off potential meta status B coming in. So, and sharpshooter pick for Team Eclipse, looking for that long range threat. They've got an insane amount of burst available for this team once those supers start stacking up. So once again, it feels like they're drafting for the punish. If you find yourself stepping out into the wrong position for why the best, you're going to be blown up almost immediately.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick here. I think the Amber is a bit more like traditional. I think B has a bit more flavor to it. As you mentioned, a sharpshooter, but it's specifically like against tanks, right? Because you have that heavy damage from the second shot, which is only really consistently like, if you're a sharpshooter, like say a Piper in this matchup, you don't have to fear that 4K shot too much, because once you've been hit once, or once the B has that charge shot, you just gotta like, focus extra much on dodging or playing with like some cover, and you're fine. A tank doesn't really get to do that. Like once they're up close and they're committed to the fight, they're gonna be hit by that 4K shot, and that's just absolutely brutal. I think Piper is a very interesting approach to this map. Not a brawler we see on Dueling Beetles often at all. I think that there's still some room for maybe in like a tank or something aggressive like an assassin brawler. They're gonna go the thrower route from why the best. Okay, Team Eclipse, curious how they're gonna respond to that. I still think there's definitely enough room, even though Chester and B both like good tank counters. I think that them being the only tank counters means they could still go for something aggressive, maybe even along the lines of a Miko or Mortis, but they're just gonna match the thrower energy. So I guess to that extent, Team Eclipse just a bit reactive, I guess, the why the best draft, and pretty much just going for similar picks, but saying we can play similarly to you guys, but we'll be better at that. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I was looking at it like Mortis was open. We've seen some kit play, the Miko. I mean, even a Crope, I think had potential to maybe get involved there, but look, yeah, I think Team Eclipse coming into this tournament saying, look, we are going to be playing at probably the most significant disadvantage in terms of overall ping. We're in round one. We don't want to throw away an early advantage if we can help it. So, yeah, it's smart stuff, smart drafting out of them, respecting the competition, because, I mean, especially in the situation where ping can have such an influence, you don't want to throw any advantage out the window because you need as much of them as you can get.
I think that draft-wise, this is a fairly even one. I mean, for the most part, the matchups are, I would say, a little bit wrong here. I think that probably the B should go against the Piper and then have the Amber on the left side. That would even things out a little bit for both sides. But for the most part, this is a draft that is winnable on both sides. It's going to come down to like the skill, and for now, it seems like Team Eclipse are able to just kind of push them out of that mid area. With the map being opened up on the right side, the Piper should be able to start lining up some nice shots, but Big Boy not able to find too many connections just yet, and for the time being, it's really just been Team Eclipse in the zone so far.
Yeah, I mean, you would have thought there was a much more outraged capacity defensive super used there by Pig Boy, and that's going to clear up some of their defenses. Will pick up the kill onto Ash King. So there's that opening, allows them to walk towards the zone just a little bit more aggressively, start getting that percentage up. But on the grand scheme of things, Ash King's out and available and in play. Oh, yeah, okay. I was going to say they have potential to push things back, but shots like that, especially with the hypercharge coming out, aggressive plays by Pig Boy, gets one. Looking for the second, but it's off the mark, and Ash King actually going to burn Pig Boy out there. So it's not the cleanest of takes from Y the Best, and will give some opportunity for Team Eclipse to take that ground back. They're not going to lose out on the lead either.
Yeah, a little bit of a miss, I think, with Captain Rox is slow. He slowed 2 players, but there was just no follow-up. He was alone, couldn't really connect the 4K shot, and Surge and Clash wasn't close enough to get value either. In the meantime, Y the Best still in that zone, but Captain Rox finally finds Snowfly. Things are opening up here for Team Eclipse, back in control of the map. And yeah, it's a bit of an interesting situation on the right hand side, because the Piper opened everything up, which I don't mind, but then if you have a thrower on your side, it's not necessarily the easiest job for him, because he really just has that like L of walls on the left hand side that are unbreakable, but for the rest he had no more cover to work with whatsoever. Team Eclipse was the first game here of Hustler, and that means match point in their hands now as well.
Yeah, I can respect that Pig Boy was trying to make a play, but the fallout from what he did was more detrimental than anything he gained in picking up those kills, because all of a sudden, like you said, the Larry Laurie didn't have the cover it needed. That entire right mid-hand side was just exposed, so it just forced Y the Best back, not necessarily intentionally, but as a passive result of that, and just gave that to Team Eclipse. Yeah, so a bit of a mistake. Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to switching lanes, send Pig Boy left-hand side, so at least if he is going to make a play with the super, it's not going to cost them as dearly as it did in that first round.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as well, because that first game, the matchups were like wrong for Team Eclipse, right? They wanted to have that be against the Piper, and it wasn't the case. This time around, they did switch lanes. The start isn't as good though, and that's some nice dodges from Captain Rox. Finds the follow-up, and look at him go. If he went for a super there, that would actually have been a triple kill for Captain, but for the time being, he's gonna have to be content with that double and getting Snowfly to 11 HP. Team Eclipse back in the zone. Captain Rox taking some damage, but the slow here is gonna be lethal for Pig Boy. No way out. He's gonna burn down to Ash King, and Team Eclipse back with full control of the map and now double the percentage of Y the Best.
And once again, that right-hand side destroyed means that there's half the cover that you were working with originally for Pig Boy. Yeah, he's got the super up, but you can see as a result of that right-hand wall going down in the mid, you cannot play as aggressively as you were while it was still up. You don't have the cover to work with. Yeah, look, you've got long range to this Piper, but you don't have anything to hide behind, which is a big problem. Ash going to walk up and find Clash, traded back, but ultimately Y the Best get 2 out of the engagement. Hypercharge there for Pig Boy, but the rest of Team Eclipse working their way up. They've still held the lead. There you go, the dive on in from Pig Boy, but he's got no backup, none whatsoever. He's not even going to find a kill. And that, yeah, I think that is just the final nail in the coffin. Y the Best likely going to bow out of this match off the back of that. You can see what they were trying to do. There's just, the synergy isn't there for the team, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's not working out. I think the comp as well is just like, it kind of like self-cannibalizes in a way, because the Piper breaking up the walls is really not something I mind. I mean, I think it's good because it like stops you from being spawn trapped, right? It makes it more open, and therefore your opponents can't like push you up as much. However, it just really doesn't work at all with the idea of having a thrower. And so I don't really get why they picked the thrower last pick, when they kind of wanted to play the Piper and open up the map. Yeah, some little kinks and quirks here to solve on the Y the Best front before they head to that lower bracket. But it's very much gonna be their opponent's Team Eclipse that move forward here in the next stage of the upper bracket.
Yeah, I don't know. You feel like you kind of wanted something like the Pam and the Meg, something that could hold a little bit more aggressively, even with that wall going down. with a bit of added sustain. I think Why the Best were probably their own worst enemy in that matchup, despite Pink Boy having a pretty decent game, getting 4 kills there for his trouble. Ultimately, every time he tried to be aggressive, play off the front foot, it undermined the team and what they were trying to do and their positioning. So, yeah, look, something to work on as they head towards the lower bracket. But for Team Eclipse, they drafted such that they could capitalize on those mistakes, and they did it very well.
Yeah, Team Eclipse are playing a very strong game overall here. Of course, both sets we had the chance to watch. Really not too many mistakes. It was clean and they played it the way they should. I think on their position, it was just, yeah, not the greatest showing. I think overall, showing some moments of weaknesses, some moments as well of just like being a little bit behind skill-wise. I think their drafts were not bad, except for like kind of that Piper Thrower combination, which doesn't really work too well in doing beetles. I think they had some good ideas, especially in that first set. I did see some plays like the Piper Hypercharge. I know you're tempted to jump on your opponents, but unless they're like, you know, gonna die instantly, you don't want to do that because you're Hypercharge. You're dealing so much damage from afar. Why would you want to be like right next to your opponents? Just those sort of plays like feel like, yeah, maybe a little bit out of touch, maybe a little bit less experienced than their opposition.
Yeah, definitely a little bit counterintuitive. Having a look at the bracket, though, we've seen 3 of 4 of those first upper bracket matches concluded. Obviously, one of them being a forfeit from Team 1 means it Motivated up there, taken on Crazy Raccoon. Legion have played through, obviously, well, they played through the upper bracket match against Crazy Raccoon. They get the free win against Team 1 in the lower bracket. But, Teddy, we head towards the final match of round 1 in the upper bracket. 3R Gaming, Coco, Loco, perpetually in a situation, there's a number of teams in APAC where it's sort of almost, you know, forever a bridesmaid, never a bride. That honor usually goes to the likes of Navi, Angelic, Crazy Raccoons as well. But 3R Gaming looking to come into this competition and really stamp a name for themselves. They've done it. They've performed very, very well the last couple of stages, in fact.
They have. They've found some great performances. A roster that has like underperformed across the Process Championship this season, just unable to really find their mark, especially when you have a player like Memeshi that is a world champion, right? And yeah, it was a bit curious to see him join this squad that were not nearly as well known as he was, but they haven't really found the kind of success. There were moments where we were thinking, you know, with some decent performances a few times in the monthly finals, as well as in LPL, where it was they're like, okay, this is why we have this squad. But for the most part, they have not been able to seal the deal. And I think that's kind of like the spirit getting into this LPL season as well. The willingness to like actually get like a banger tournament going for them, because I think those guys need it.
Well, I mean, I think for the likes of 3R Gaming, is every sports coach that I've ever talked to has said, we're in a rebuild season. Their opponents, though, Coco Loco, coming out of Singapore. It's X9J, Response, and Hiroshi, another team that has performed, reasonably well on the whole, I think, coming into this season of the BSC. But I think they would have liked to be sitting a little bit higher, especially given that they were 1 point behind Navi, who then flopped, if we're being honest, at the LCQ. I think, you know, Coco Loco probably a little bit chafed after that LCQ performance. But looking at the map vetoes, Teddy, going to the new one, of course, which you would have seen, it's map pool B. Double swoosh coming in for the gem grab. It is Pinball Dreams for the Brawl Ball and then Open Business Hot Zone coming into this fresh map pool. These two teams probably going to be a highlight, the highlight match in opening this stage 3 of the APAC Tour.
Yeah, this is refreshing to have a different map pool here. Obviously, we would have had a different one for the second match, but it was cancelled unfortunately, so we had the same maps in a row twice here. Not a big deal. Double swoosh, Pinball Dreams, Open Business. Gonna be very different dynamics across the board. Also asking kind of for some different brawlers, perhaps. So I'm excited to kind of see like how that is gonna shift from our first 2 matches.
I mean, we've seen the double swoosh play a couple of times. It allows for some of those heavy-hitting assassin brawlers to get a little bit closer, then make some plays. So yeah, I'm excited to see what the drafting process is going to look like for 3R and Coco Loco. It does allow for a little bit more flexibility, like you said, but the biggest deviation, I think we could agree, we've seen so far is out of Crazy Raccoon, and it didn't really feel like it was that crazy deviation either, given how successful it looked.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm wondering what your take is on this one, Billy, because this is probably the headline of our, like, I think they're not quite quarterfinal matches. It's always weird to call a double elimination bracket, but this is like the header, right? This is the two best teams, or like two most closely matched teams. What is your take on it? Are you going with 3R? Are you going with Coco Loco? Where does your heart, where does your brain stand?
I mean, Coco Loco has just consistently looked the superior team this year in the BSC. 3R Gaming, they're nothing if not tryers, is the way that I'll put it. They're an ambitious team, like you said. They've got a world champion in the roster. He's looked to come in with some fresh blood to try and build a roster that could succeed. It hasn't happened the way they would have liked this year. So I think it's a case of Coco Loco look better now. But if I'm being honest with myself, 3R Gaming are a team that could look very, very good in the future. They just haven't hit their stride yet. So Coco Loco, at the moment, yeah, definitely the better team. They've looked much more consistent, much more solid, much more dangerous. 3R still have work to be done.
I absolutely agree with you. I think one element here worth noting as well is that for the monthly finals, especially the one that Coco Loco won, they were traveling around to be closer to the server. I don't know if they traveled for this particular event. So that might come into play as well, where, you know, there's going to be more of an advantage there when it comes to connectivity for 3R. So I think that evens things out a little bit more. Even though I do agree that Coco Loco is the better team, they might not be able to like pull in the same kind of aggressive drafts that they are known for, because they know they have that ping disadvantage and might have to play it a little bit safer and go for brawlers that are a little bit like easier to play under those conditions.
Yeah, I mean, the risk of punishment against a team like 3R Gaming having that advantage, just not worth it, I think, at this stage in the tournament. I don't know. Look, crazy things do happen in esports, and Brawl Stars is no exception to that rule, especially giving a look at the map veto. There is potential for some shenanigans on double swoosh pinball dreams, you know, brawlers that you wouldn't necessarily play on other maps that you could get away with here, because, you know, just that cover of the bushes, being able to get that much closer and then dive on in with those heavy hitting assassins. So I think there is potential for Coco Loco to lean into that a little bit more, and especially if they think that they can get a 2-0 sweep here, they might lead into it for our first two maps, definitely.
I agree with you. I mean, I think that, like, even just looking at Mo, the latest brawler, I think he does well on every single one of those maps. That's something to keep into consideration as well. Is he going to be, like, just a must ban here for every team that doesn't have first pick? Is he going to be left open and then brought into the action for the first time here in the LPL, or pretty much in competitive? Because for the most part, we haven't seen Mo in competitive just yet across the board. So I'm kind of excited here to see if we finally get some Mo action.
I mean, we did see Clancy picked up in the LCQ to varying success, and obviously the most recent patch, unfortunately, he copped a bit of hate from the nerf bat. But I mean, again, just looking at his kit, it feels like there is going to be something for him. 3R Gaming, there you go, have the first pick going into it. I mean, the question has to be, it's not a debate about whether or not Mo has a place in the meta. It's more, does Mo have a place in this tournament without getting banned out?
Yes, well, that's often the case when you have those new brawlers being added to the game. Is they have, like, they're usually very, very strong, first of all, and secondly, they're like still a bit more of an unknown quantity. So like you may have not prepared too many scrims against it, so you're not exactly sure how every single matchup goes. It is something a little bit harder to just like measure, I guess, when it comes to its position in the meta. I think Mo is in a good place, so I would expect to see it banned quite a bit, but it is not banned here. They did ban the Clancy, and I think this is a very decent Mo map. I mean, the range is good, and I think Mo's scouting ability as well, especially with that star power that lets you, like, you know, your shot splits up in a second time. That really goes a long way on those bushy maps. So I would love to see a Mo being brought in here with this map.
I mean, interesting that Clancy gets banned out. It just feels like he's too much of a slow burn, given his kit. It takes so long for him to become fully activated that by the time he does, there's not a heck of a lot there. Tara coming out is a first pick. Interesting. I mean, again, the patch notes did favor Tara just a little bit. That gravity now bigger. It's 20% larger. I mean, that's 1/5 as big as it was, or bigger than it was, you know, 3 days ago, Teddy. Is that enough for Tara to become a powerhouse, do you reckon?
Yeah, well, it's a recently, like, hypercharged enabled brawler. So that
that's the
definitely
idea. Sorry,
does go.
I was going to say, I got myself confused. Super hyperchargers. It's also 11 o'clock at night. So yeah, don't. The new hyperchargers.
No worries,
the new
no worries.
hyperchargers are game changing. That is irrefutable.
I got what you were trying to say, anyways. But yeah, it does instantly like propel it into the meta. Is it like top of the meta? I don't know. Jesse is a good counter though. Does really well against the shadow that can be spawned by the Tara. Plus the slow from the turret, the bone shots, like it's just so much value overall. It's one of the few maps where I think Jesse is just like a top mid option. If you are good with it, it's very, very solid. But look at that, they're going Rosa already. With the Gil ban, it's not something that will be easy to deal with. Actually gonna go for the Draco, which, I mean, if there's a bro that can run you down, it's absolutely Draco. Good pick, I think, here from 3R Gaming. Can definitely go for some plays. And then final pick, Gray. That one is just very weird. This is just APAC.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of the Draco. I got very lucky with pulling him from his star, so I got to play a bit of him not long after he came out. The Grey is just APAC. The Grey is APAC in a nutshell. But yeah, seeing the rows of the Draco coming in, it's those melee brawlers, those heavy hitters that can get close, especially with the map design here on Double Swoosh. So I can understand why both teams are bringing that. The Jesse, like you said, and the Anita, which look, there is a lot of potential for this map to swing very heavily either way.
Yeah, I think Anita is just a response to that Draco to try to like shut it down and get fed some bears as well. Like at the end of the day, when you have anything that's close range going into the Nita, there's going to be tons of Bruces coming through, and they hit hard, especially once it starts like adding up over time. So overall, I don't mind the pick. I think it's a pretty good one. I'm curious to see, like, I think it's going to be a feeding match, right? It's going to be a matter of how many Tara supers does the Rosa feed, how many Bruces does the Draco feed. That's kind of like how I would see this one.
Yeah, look, I can neither confirm nor deny that my featured brawler is Anita because of a certain skin that she may or may not have, something to do with pandas. Either way, whatever the case may be, we're into it. 3R Gaming and Coco Loco. And you can see with those bushes, you can get quite close, but 3R Gaming, with the spread that they've gone with off Sport, have some great positioning here. Will get themselves an early advantage, and yeah, the Tara is going to be on the job. Rosa and Draco going toe-to-toe, knuckle to guitar, technically. Oh, that's a close one. The soup does come out the last second, popping the shield. But X9J will open things up. Draco down as well not long afterwards. This is probably the closest matchup we're going to see, at least here for the foreseeable round one.
And so far, it's been a crazy start already. So many messy fights here and there. Memeshi just barely surviving with a TP back to safety. Yume going aggressive, goes for information, misses the pull anyways. And the hypercharged Rosa just makes easy work of him. Nicely done here. And Coco Loco, even though being a bit behind in gems, Jay taking a lot of damage. Memeshi goes for a scary TP, but does have a spare one to TP back to safety. This is massive. This is messy, this is chaotic, and so far it's very even and closely matched as well.
I mean, this is kind of what both drafts enabled, if we're being honest with ourselves. Gravity out onto Hiroshi, and that's a big pickup onto the Anita. It's a little bit of that damage threat. You can see the Draco now going deep, looking to try and survive. Does have that star power, keeps him healthy on the 1 HP. I mean, as healthy as a Draco can be, but denying the death. Hiroshi working his way back up with that Anita, trying to get the super up, trying to get the Bruce out. And there you go, hypercharge out from response on the Rosa. I mean, given how this middle portion of the map has gone, you wouldn't think that it was 3R Gaming with a 9-7 gem lead. But this is crazy stuff out. Hiroshi battling on through, a single star now separated. Coco Loco worked their way back into this comfortably.
Yeah, 9 gems each, and Coco Loco 1 away from starting a countdown. They'll need a 2-gem differential here to make it so their opponents can't stop it. Can they hold on to that mid control? Memeshi doesn't have a TP anymore, so he can go in, but he can't go out as easily. Takes a lot of damage, but a kill is there. 11 for Coco Loco. I think that 3R can't stop that countdown anymore. Bruce running down on that left lane, and that's going to be a game 1 victory for Coco Loco.
Yeah, just biding their time, playing a comp which has a huge amount of damage threat, plus some frontline in that Rosa. I mean, Coco Loco, I did say, on paper, the better team, and it seems that Ping isn't as big a decider as maybe we initially thought in this matchup.
Yeah, it's looking great so far in that first game. It was very close, though, so I wouldn't, like, pull 3R Gaming out of this one just yet, as they've definitely been able to show some great stuff in that opening game. I really like that gray mid, actually. I think the ability to just TP out has been really, really strong. The pull through the wall is going to confirm the elimination onto Jay. The trade on the right-hand side as well, and the man advantage here in favor of 3R. They have the better start once again.
Yeah, battling up the Draco on the right-hand side definitely seems to be under the pump a little bit versus this Rose, especially with the support water pull, trying to clear that turret out from the Jessie, which would have been some great coverage, but not to be. Massive battle between the two melee brawlers up that left-hand lane. Anita hit with the hook. Hiroshi trouble. It's just the Draco working up. Flame Breath active and ready to go. Response answers back, but outnumbered and overwhelmed. No, I say, okay, never mind. Just turns it on you, mate. Support coming at the last second. I thought for sure that Response was done there.
Yeah, nicely done by Response. He's been doing the best he could on that Rosa pick. Not an easy one to play out against the Draco that more consistently wins that matchup. Of course, the shield does come into play. A miss hypercharge pull from Yuma. You can't miss those. That is a tragic mistake. Memechi low HP. I see force back is one. Response. He's getting one. He's getting two. Yuma low HP will get the pull this time around, but I think damage is done. Coco Loco have so much map control now, and they should be able to get very close gem-wise.
I mean, realistically, yeah, but it's about getting that HP regen, work their way back up the field. Super is there for IC on the Draco. A little bit of frontline potential with the Dragon Breath as well. Just going to send out chip damage onto the Response, and it has given 3R Gaming an avenue back into this matchup. If only tentatively. There you go. Response deep dive onto IC, who's in huge trouble with support from X9J. Jesse looking to pump out the damage, but not to be. That gadget going to work. The turret there now, and all of a sudden, it's just an isolation game. Trying to split the difference. Hypercharge out there for the Anita as well. 10 gems apiece, Teddy. This is, look, 3R Gaming are battling this one out as best they can, but it feels like they're floundering.
Memechi went for the TP, but couldn't quite grab the gem. Coco Loco is 2. That means that 3R, they are going to need the kill now. They can't just hold on to the mid and get that reset. At least I don't think there's time. Is there? Maybe 3, 2, 1. They actually get it done. 12 gems each, just in the nick of time. And now Coco Loco has to take back some control. The pull here is not going to be enough to take down Response.
Oh, no.
He gets the kill on the right-hand side. Jay stealing those gems away, and even though they have a Draco in their spawn, it's a 3v1 here. If they clear him out, it's over for 3R.
Well, there you go. There's the answer. Tara versus Rosa. Who wins out? Well, it's Hypercharged Rosa at the end of the day. In Response, Super there as well at the very end to pummel down onto Yume. And I think it was just... I think largely it came down to the melee brawlers that the respective teams picked. Draco's good, has that ability to hold on with 1 HP left, but Rosa with the super, with the hypercharge, is just so hard to finish off. And it meant Coco Loco consistently had someone frontlining, someone distracting, so that the Anita and the Jessie could go to work.
I mean, this was a super, super close set. We had like over 20 gems spawned in both games, so super impressive stuff from both sides. I have to say, I think it was much more clear who was making the mistakes. And I don't want to like point fingers too much, but Yume missed multiple pulls, including hypercharge pulls, which, like, as you mentioned, they're a bunch bigger as well than your regular pulls. Like, you need that value, you know, especially if it's your first pick. I think they could have had a bit more of a statement with their draft. Again, I think maybe Mo is a missed opportunity here, not being brought in. But across the board, that Tara pick just did not deliver to my eyes, especially if you missed the amount of pulls that were missed. It's tough.
Yeah, look, especially given that you consider that one team's playing out of Japan, one team's playing out of Singapore. Coco Loco, I mean... It didn't feel like ping difference was at all the reason why that went so horribly wrong for 3R Gaming. I think it was just Coco Loco timing was perfection there, I think, more than anything. They timed their plays, they timed their reactions, their actions around 3R Gaming, who it just made the mistakes that they made that much more severe.
Yeah, I think it was just very well played by Coco Loco. Maybe it was some nerves as well on the other side, or just, yeah, you may not feeling his game. I think that he in particular just kind of underperformed on that Tara. I think that considering how close that set was, I feel like if he was just kind of on par with the rest of the team, they would have won that set. Is kind of how I see things. I think a few of those pulls that they connected, those would easily have been transferred into kills, and especially a pull like Tara, that pull, once you hit it, you're getting like three shots on someone being pulled, and that gets you so incredibly close to your next pull, and you have that snowball effect, right? And this is why I'm like being so stingy about this, because every time you miss a pull, it's not really just that pull. It like, you know, you get snowballed out of that game because you're not able to recharge your pull and make your life easier into getting the next one and the next one and the next one. So you fall behind, and this is really what kind of felt like was happening here as well. And yeah, I think overall, some small mistakes here and there, but that slowly started costing more and more. And at the end of the day, that made the difference in that incredibly tight opening set.
Yeah, I mean, the domino effect was just evident as soon as we started to see those misses happen. Not to mention, I think the Rosa was probably a little bit more effective than the Draco on the whole, just having the ability to soak up as much damage as hit. I mean, there were a couple of times she was, double-digit HP, and she was still able to walk away, regen that health up because of how long her hypercharge super allowed her to stay alive. It was crazy. And yeah, Draco definitely felt like it underperformed in that draft.
Yeah, I think it does decent against the Rosa in a vacuum. I think that once things open up a little bit more, and you have the Nita coming in as well, able to like get some nice shots, it starts being a bit more troublesome. And overall, I think that like draft-wise, it was maybe a little bit easier to pull off on the Coco Loco side, especially with that Tara just being countered left and right. And forced to play like the info gadget, which is not a bad gadget, but of course you'd rather play the shadows. So yeah, overall, I think a decent draft from both sides. I think it was well played by both sides. There were some mistakes here and there on both fronts, but I think especially on that Tara side, and I think that was really the difference maker here. But first pick this time around is going to be for Coco Loco, as it seems. So a bit of a variety here as we head into our second set.
Yeah, just switching things up a little bit, add some different deviation, I suppose, in trajectory. I mean, it's always good to see teams get both sides of that equation, you know, see how they draft with first and last picks in terms of how they approach these maps. Going into Pinnable Dreams, going into the Brawl Ball, I mean, I'm not expecting anything crazy. We have seen some changes to some of those frontliners, which we did quite often see. You run up, you play the ball in behind them, it just makes that run towards the goal a little bit easier. But, I mean, Frank, do you reckon he's deserving of a ban at the moment?
I think he did get hit quite hard, but then again, if Coco Loco want to ban Daryl, I feel like it's not a bad shout either to ban that Frank as well. Just get both out of the way. I mean, if you look at the Gil ban as well, like if the Frank wasn't banned, he would be a pretty nice like idea to bring in, right? Because what's going to counter it? Like a Shelly maybe, or and a Colette, I guess, are still like in the book. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure if it was like a required ban, but you know, I don't mind it either. They're gonna go B first pick, and B seems to be a brawler that we're seeing more and more in the meta again, and I'm more than happy for it because it's been a very B absent meta for the last few months now, for a while actually.
Yeah, oh, okay, the Sandy and the Max to follow it up for 3R Gaming, so there is some interesting stuff they could do with that. You know, the speed, the concealment on top of things, just being able to play around the Sandstorm Max combo. I like what 3R Gaming are angling towards, but I mean, Coco Loco just have so much of their draft left that they could lean into a lot to counter it.
All right, what is going to be the reaction here was the two last picks of Coco Loco, Max Sandy. Very much classics in Japan. I mean, classics everywhere, really, but particularly in Japan, just bros they really, really like in that sub-region. They're going to go for the Griff, actually. Bringing in some free wall breaks was the piggy bank gadget. And then, of course, a good amount of damage across the board. Good survivability with the star power as well, giving you a little bit of healing every few seconds, even if you're taking damage. So it's very nice to that extent. I don't mind that pick. I think it's good to open up those walls. We'll outrange pretty much everyone on the board here. Very similar to the max, I guess, but definitely an outrange towards that Sandy. And maybe preventing some throwers as well from being brought in, and I really like that Surge pick. Again, Mo is open and Mo is not being picked, so maybe I'm overestimating how strong Mo would be in competitive.
Yeah, I mean, the level 5 Surge coming in and the new Hypercharge as well. I think there is potential for him to go from what was already a pretty present state in the meta to even more so with that new Hypercharge. I'm here for it. I mean, Surge has been so exciting to see in terms of how much he provides on any given map, especially here in Pinball Dreams. 3R Gaming, I mean, what do you do to round this out? Oh, okay, the Tara again coming out this time. I don't know, it felt a bit flat for you, mate. Do you think Marmashi, having the status that he does, could play it a little bit better?
I don't know. I mean, they could still trade brawlers, right?
Yeah.
So that is something to still keep into consideration as well. I don't know.
After that last game, do you really want to give Tara back to you, mate? I don't know.
Maybe there's just some unfinished business, you know? He still has to prove himself that, like, he can do better than that on the Tara. I don't know. I mean, we'll see if they actually traded. No. It is, but they did trade it, but they did trade it to IC this time around. Interestingly enough. Okay. Well, we are going to be the ones that see how that is going to work out. The outrange is definitely going to be there, so it's a bit curious to that extent as well. Well, you'd want to be outranged so heavily on a board that can open up the map. And Memeshi was a great pick on the left-hand side. The trick shot.
Oh.
Hiroshi is able to stop the disaster from striking here. And for now, Coco Loco live on and already Surge by the second level, which is going to help out massively to start snowballing that game and hopefully enough to get them out of that sticky situation here.
I mean, that was a quality play out of Hiroshi to try and go for the intercept. Big damage out 1-for-1. Looking to make a play. Hiroshi takes it even further, but Mamashi's got so much HP, or so much more HP to work with. Decides better of it, wants to back off, coordinate with the team. Ball being passed. I wish my teammates in Brawl Stars would pass the ball as much as these guys are. It's shocking. It's horrendous. But whatever the case may be, these walls are starting to break down. Response to the great kill on the Yume, the Sandy. Not finding the traction I think they were looking for. Mamashi does have the hyper charge up and available. The gravity going to be there as well for IC on this Tara. Where's the pull coming? I mean, they need to make it work a little bit better. Gadgets out, trying to find some opportunities, but you can see Coco Loco feeling incredibly comfortable. There you go, the hook there on the Hiroshi, trying to make something happen, but negligible damage at best, and it's going to cost IC his life.
Yeah, this is really good plays across the board here from Coco Loco. Surge has his stage 4 available, and he's going to pop it, has the hypercharge as well. And those splitting shots, once you have stage 4 under the hypercharge, are absolutely brutal. I mean, it's just like undodgeable, free damage from afar. This could be game-changing. Memeshi does have a hypercharge in the super as well. Going to pop it now as well as they're stacked up. Helping the Tara get her own hypercharge and super, but it's a little too late here. Hiroshi gets a hold of the ball after that team wipe, and Coco Loco find a goal with 25 seconds left. 3R gonna need to go crazy with that hypercharge star.
Yeah, okay, well, super is going to be there for Yume, drops a Sandstorm, going to be looking to try and make something happen. IC finds the opening onto response. Ball is going to be there, but you can see Hiroshi up in the thick of things, trying to provide that coverage. Ball slots on through. There is no way that Mamashi should have had that goal, but it happens regardless. We are tied up with 2 seconds on the clock. Teddy, it's overtime. Walls are gone. What can you do? Sandstorm dropped. Yume doesn't have the HP to back it up, though. No supers to go for a shot on goal, but Yume gets up in the face. It's Mamashi trying to split the difference, and it's straight through the posts, down the middle, and that was daylight robbery.
They were not ready for that shot straight into the middle. I mean, the Tara pull especially made it completely impossible to defend as well. Brilliantly done here, and I'm kind of shocked because I think it was going to be very hard for Coco Loco to stop that first goal just because they had so much util. but then they kind of decided to commit to the defense, and still it was so easy for 3R to score. And I think at that point it was kind of like either they should have used their util better or they should have kept it for overtime, because having a surge in stage 2 or stage 3 in overtime makes a huge difference, and they were missing out on that third stage, that extra range. So a bit of a miss here from Coco Loco, despite having a great game across the board. Let's see if they can make the adjustments this time around.
Well, we start to see his walls come down. Courtesy response. You may taking some damage. Mamashi playing through mid. Yeah, needed to be playing a little bit more forward to try and assist, but it's going to cost 1, if not potentially 2. Yeah, there's X9J and the B connects. Mamashi in trouble, does have the super. You can see that ball is working its way up the field. Response. Piggy bank out is going to drop yet another wall on this 3R Gaming side of the map. They're going to try and work their way back into it. IC playing a little bit more aggressively to work that ball up. Great positioning on it. Probably could have been a little bit more right. Harder to recover for 3R. And Mamashi jumps forward, looking for an opening onto X9J. Gets it down to 600 HP. But there's no follow-up. Hiroshi finding Yume. The ball pushed even deeper into Coco Loco's side of the map, but Hiroshi looking to go on the offensive. 430 HP in a dream, still alive, and the regen comes through. This is far scrappier than that first round of the set.
Well, it's a much less aggressive start as well from 3R Gaming. Nevertheless, things looking fairly promising for Coco Loco. Unable to score, though the defense stands strong for 3R. They have a hypercharge super now available on both the Max and the Terra. Surely that's a win condition right here, right now. The pool gonna find a connection. Icy was a kill into respawn. That is gonna be only the Surge left to defend, and there's nothing he can hope to achieve here. 3R Gaming score, and with 35 seconds left, it's Coco Loco that are in the back seat, but they do have that stage 4 Surge with the hypercharge as well. But he doesn't really find that much value. He gets damaged, but the kills go the other way around. 2-on-2. Is there a chance to score here, Billy?
Potentially 1-on-1 at the moment. Hiroshi with the super bounces it off the wall, ties things up with 18 seconds to go, and it's this madcap scramble that is, I mean, look, it started solidly for Coco Loco, then things slip for 3R Gaming. They start solidly in the second round of the set, and then it slips again. I don't know. It's impossible to call at the moment, Teddy. I'm lost, confused, and just no idea what's going on. Sandstorm down, overtime on the cards. The ball has not left the halfway mark. IC has the super up and available. Going to drop the gravity, but well off the mark. That could be costly. Elimination there. Yume needs to thread the needle, but can't. Numbers favoring Coco Loco. The Max in Mamishi's done it again. That's criminal.
I mean, Mameshi showing why he is a world champion, as he just like comes up with those crazy plays. That is unbelievable. I mean, that game was looking like it was going to be Coco Loco's. You know, if they completed that team wipe, they would be able to score more likely than not. And somehow it still gets turned around with some heroic plays from Mameshi, brilliantly done here by the former world champion, and saves 3R from an early lower bracket, is going straight to set number 3 here in this matchup for the first of our quarterfinal matches here as well. So that's lovely to see.
Mameshi, that was just, that was peak. That does not get much better than that in Brawl Stars. Not only does it do it the first round of the set, he does it in the second one as well. Just under the wire. Massive clutch goal for him to take that back for 3R Gaming. And of course now open business for Hot Zone. Our first map 3 of stage 3. It's in the script, of course. Game 3's galore. I don't know why they didn't follow the script for the first one, Teddy. Look, sometimes you just can't tell players what to do. No, I'm kidding. But Game 3, Hot Zone, open business. Look, I don't know. 3R Gaming, I don't even know if they are quite aware of what just happened.
That was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. And this is what we have to keep into consideration as well, right? Hopping into that third set is like 3R Gaming. They have such good momentum heading in there. They're just one off a big clutch. They're going through to that third set with momentum in their hands, and it's a very different story on the other side of the spectrum where, I mean, Coco Loco, they should have had that game there. You know, they should have had that game. And then suddenly it's match point in their hands. That slipped through their fingers. And now they are at a disadvantage when it comes to just the general pacing of this matchup. as 3R Gaming are heading full steam into that third and final set of the matchup. Open Business is going to be up next here for our final set of this match. First pick is going to be an important one. I still think that going something like a mech would be invaluable in Hot Zone. A lot of value. Again, Mo's still open as well. We haven't seen any Mo just yet. We did see it ban a few times, and it's actually going to be a Draco first pick. That is, wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure, especially with the Rose. I don't think you can probably get away with the Rosa as comfortably, given how they're just open business is in terms of information gathering. So you are going to be able to play that Draco a little bit cleaner. Gale taken out. Double Clancy ban is interesting, I suppose, given a lot of those choke points. Once you start to see the Clancy activated, it could be a real problem. Not to mention just the entire zone control that he does bring to the table. I don't know, what do you back it up with? You're probably looking some high output. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see potentially a pipe. I don't know. That Surge, okay, yeah, that's more the line I was looking. Did they go sort of frontline heavy, something like the Surge, something like the Anita, who are a little bit beefier but have high damage output? And that is my answer.
Well, there are two brawlers that deal well with tanks, first of all, and secondly, they love being fed, right? Nita doesn't have the easiest time with that bear. And similarly, the Surge, if it struggles to hit that second, that third, that fourth stage, it doesn't get nearly as much value. So there is a real like snowball effect that those brawlers can have. And usually it's like somewhat balanced. But if you have a tank in the equation, that's just 3 shots. Like if he's in the range of the Surge, he's just going to get to that stage 2 super quickly. And we've seen in the second game of Brawl just earlier, it took a very long time for the Surge to hit that second stage and actually start getting value for his team. That's something that's completely nullified by the presence of a tank. So I really like this approach to the draft here from Coco Loco. We are going to be bringing in the Sandy. Not a bad shout. Does have some decent, like, that's good range for a mid-range brawler. Paired up with the Max again. I mean, this seems like it's pretty much what 3R Gaming like to bring all of the time. And it worked out in their favor in Brawl. Let's see if it does again in Hot Zone.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like it's a Draco delivery system with the Max and the Sandy pairing. Byron to round things out for Coco Loco, so they've got the anti-tank, they've got the sustain on top. Look, I think both drafts are decent. I just feel like there is a risk if your Draco doesn't get where it needs to be and doesn't get the damage out that it needs to. This is a draft that can farm off of him and then look to punish the rest of the squad. So, yeah, Coco Loco on paper looking solid. But in saying that, if 3R Gaming play the draft the way they want to, the way they obviously intend to, it could be just as devastating.
Yeah, I think that like feeding is going to be the name of the game here as well. Like, does the Draco give a lot of value to that Surge, to that Nita? On the other hand, does the Sandy get a lot of Sandstorms? Because I think the Sandstorms are going to be massively overwhelming here for Coco Loco. So if there's too many Sandstorms heading their way, it's going to be tough for them to get some good positioning. And they're going to have to like really respect that, because up close, they get totally outmatched by pretty much every single matchup here. So to that extent, I think that 3R do have a good matchup going for them. But finally, the kill here on IC on the left-hand side, and that means Coco Loco get control of the zone.
Yeah, and that's the problem that I was talking about. The Draco delivery system isn't in play. You don't have the Sandstorm to cover that approach, so IC needs to get up, and Hiroshi's just going to jump on him. And this, yeah, it's free farm. It's not even just free farm, it's just straight bullying at this point, because even in trying to get close enough to do much of anything, the Draco's being cleared out. Marmashi, though, proving his capabilities on this Max, just farming up with that super in play for the Draco, potentially could open things up a little bit more for him. But in the grand scheme, so far, I'm pretty underwhelmed, if I'm being honest, from this 3R Gaming lineup.
Well, it might feel underwhelming because they're not getting the most kills, but they still have the percentage lead. And it's been playing catch-up here for Coco Loco. And they have some good mid-control. They are getting flanked from behind. The Sandy will go down. IC doesn't quite get the trade. Instead, IC is very low HP, forced to pop Gadget, but 1 HP, and Hiroshi clears out. But look at that, 3R back in control of the zone and are about 20% away from a match point, but luckily there is that Surge Hypercharge that is going to help create some space. And for now, Coco Loco is still in this game.
Sandstorm out, and it feels like a pendulum effect at this stage. Both teams swinging back into percentage, and Look, it's not a common strategy, but it seems the feed strategy is working. IC holds on with 1 HP in a dream. Look, it is not often that I say this, but who would have thought the run it down strategy would pick up the round for 3R Gaming? Because it's exactly what IC did. He just kept throwing himself at things and hoping it would stick, and the rest of the team was chipping away. So, look, maybe I'm the clown at the end of all of this, but it seems 3R Gaming knew exactly what they wanted to do.
I like their comp. I think that there's definitely still some counterplay available for Coco Loco. I think that, for example, like with the run it down strategy of the Draco, which is kind of the only strategy you got anyways with that brawler, if you feed the Surge too much, yes, at some point he's not going to go further than stage 4, but he is going to start getting multiple hypercharges, and I think that's where things can get interesting for Coco Loco. However, in that first game, that was really just a 1, so that was a little bit worrisome. Hiroshi was an early kill there. This time around, Coco Loco was a better start too than they had in the first game, and that is going to help prevent the sort of disasters they had in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, for Coco Loco, it was just the fact that there was consistent pressure this time around. When Coco Loco got in, they got that lead, and they've now looked to compound upon it. I think, yeah, they just slowed it down a little bit. They got themselves more control in the mid-map and focused less on IC on this Draco and more on the Max and the Sandy. And that was definitely the right approach, because you'd hope that they figured out after that last round that it was all just smoke and mirrors. Draco is not the real threat at the end of the day. It is the Sandy Max combo. Sandstorm goes out, and it would be a 1-for-1 trade, but one that allows 3R Gaming to work their way back into control position for this hot zone. I hate to call it early, but it's looking like they may just work again, Teddy. I never would have thought that a run it down approach would be the one to go with, but 3R Gaming are making it look pretty clean.
Yeah, it's looking good so far. Yume does have the sleep here in hand. Memeshi gonna get pinched, and actually a team wipe in favor of Coco Loco. You may have just jinxed this one. There he is. Coco Loco take over the lead. A hypercharge Bruce Bear as well. Hiroshi might not be that far off his own hypercharge now as well. IC trying his best to push forward. Doesn't have any gadgets left, I believe, and therefore can't quite survive there, can't quite keep up the pace and create that space for Coco Loco. He actually does have a gadget, pops it now, but it's a little too late. Double match point coming up next, and it's going to be winner takes all, one game to decide who stays in the upper bracket, one game to decide who goes to lower.
Yeah, look, 2 messy rounds, arguably, in this set so far. Coco Loco clearly proving that they've come to grasp, come to grips with what 3R Gaming are trying to do. It didn't look clean by any stretch of the imagination, but they understood what they needed to do. They needed to be more disruptive of the Max Sandy duo rather than heavy focusing down onto the Draco, which they did in that first round. And they get them the victory, getting map priority. And once you get IC up in the thick of things with their gadget, trying to stay alive, they look, you got to respect it. They played that brilliantly. They didn't stay up and they didn't keep feeding the super over to IC there. They kept some distance so they could punish without consistently giving over that super, and it has meant that the gap isn't nearly as wide starting off here in round 3.
Yeah, it's a good start here from 3R. Did feed the search quite a bit. Hypercharge, I think, is already available. That's crazy. IC should be shut down. Hiroshi probably not going to pop the hypercharge until he gets to stage 4. Problem is, by the time that happens, it might be a bit too late. I mean, look at the situation here. Coco Loco, 50% behind. Hiroshi pops stage 4 and the hyper doesn't even jump and rage. That's a crucial mistake. The splash is going to be missed by Jay as well, and this is a disaster combination of events here. Unbelievable. All the chokes here from Coco Loco and 3R Gaming. I mean, this game is as good as over.
So you hyper focus onto the Draco in round 1. It doesn't work. It means that 3R Gaming have the map control. And round 2, you answer, you say, look, we need to keep some distance, we need to worry about the Sandy to Max combo, and then round 3 you go exactly straight back to focusing in, hyper focusing on the Draco, which is the intention of the 3R Gaming comp, which allows Sandy and Max to do what they were meant to do. Look, it swings and pendulums, it seems here, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was also just like a combination of unfortunate events here for Coco Loco. And when I say unfortunate events, it's not like they were unlucky, you know? They missed a bunch of different plays in a row that just completely gave away that game. I mean, I don't even think their start was that awful. They got a lot of feeding on that surge. Got an early hypercharge, but he died for no reason early on, and then there were some more mistakes, a splash, wasted hypercharge. 3R Gaming, they're a super solid team. They're gonna punish you for those mistakes, and they did exactly that.
I'm not sure. That's the only thing I can say. It looked like they had it on hand, and then all of a sudden they didn't. 3R Gaming, I said, this is a team that's a slow burn team. They are in a rebuild period. They're trying to prove that they deserve to be going toe to toe with the best, but look, Coco, Loco, whatever the case may be, they've let it slip. But right now, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, Teddy, we carry on with the LPL Brawl Stars Asia Pacific Tour. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Coming back from the break, and I mean, Teddy, we've seen some interesting matches so far. We've already seen a team go home, unfortunately, in the form of Team 1, but 3R Gaming, look, on paper, I would still say Coco Loco are the better team. 3R Gaming are a slow burn. They've been looking to work their way towards one of the top contenders in the region. After a match like that, I'd argue they're probably getting there. Having a look at the bracket, though, we're about to head down, following Coco Loco into that lower bracket. Why the best? Look, after that match against Team Eclipse, I think Coco Loco probably looking to get a bit of their own backup on this.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think that for the most part, it should be like fairly, I don't want to say one-sided matches, but there's definitely like favorites and underdogs across the board. I mean, you know, you look in that one, Coco Loco is favorite, CR is favorite in the next match. I think maybe the second semifinal is a bit more stacked and it's going to be a bit more difficult to predict. But regardless, we're heading into our first lower bracket match actually, since the other one was a forfeit. So this is going to be an interesting one here.
Yeah, ambitious, I think would probably be the best word to describe this. Why the best roster. The drafts weren't terrible, but it definitely feel like they were a bit disjointed on the whole. Pig Boy clearly had an idea of how he wanted to do things that didn't quite match up with the rest of the team. We saw that with the Piper play. He was diving in, but there was no backup. So you got to hope after that match, that first matchup, they can now come into this game against Coco, because they are going to need to, with at least a slightly different approach in terms of the draft and how they play said drafts.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that their drafts weren't like terrible or outright. There were some mistakes here and there. Execution also didn't really work out. But Coco Loco, I mean, a super solid team here. Some mistakes here and there as well that did kind of cost them that opening match. But overall, still a pretty heavy favorite coming into this matchup, and they should still be quite confident in this head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to be a little bit frustrated off the back of that last matchup against 3 Hour Gaming. It looked like they were going to be able to bring it back, but they fall into that same trap they fell into in the first round, and it crumbled pretty badly. Going into the map veto, though, in terms of where we're going, we've skipped Teddy once again, so we'll be straight back to this. Coco Loco, the eyes twitching a little bit maybe behind the screens, going back into this and remembering how that last series played out. Yeah, you'd hope that they can now use this as an opportunity to remedy some of those things that let them down in the drafts.
Yeah, maybe this is a chance as well to iron out some of those issues they had in their matchup against 3R Gaming. Regain some confidence as well, because it's going to be a long and tough journey in that lower bracket, and that journey starts right now already. Are they confident in this matchup? I would say so. I feel like, they know their favorites, and they know that why the best are like kind of a more recent, more newish team to esports. So I think they're coming in this one just, with the idea of getting some of that confidence back for the harder and tougher matchups that are ahead of the road.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a perfect learning opportunity for both teams. I think Coco Loco learning from their mistakes in the upper bracket, and now look to iron out those wrinkles and try and make that lower bracket run for why the best. Any opportunity is a learning opportunity, especially if you're experiencing a beatdown by one of the best teams in the region. But I mean, Teddy, if you want those learning opportunities for yourself at home, there is competitions you can play here with LPL. You check out Showdown, the QR code on your screen, !Showdown in chat. You could be finding yourself playing in one of our many Brawl Stars competitions, learning those key skills that you need to, understanding the game like you need to be competing in a competition like the APAC Tour. And who knows, next year, it could be your year. You could be competing right alongside the likes of Coco Loco, 3R Gaming, and Crazy Raccoon. But Teddy, there is a lot, I think, that needs to go into this game for why the best if they want to unseat a team like Coco Loco.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to need to see their best drafts, and I think that they know how to make themselves shine with certain players. I mean, I think Pig Boy got so much value off the Piper in both sets, actually, but it needs to not be at the expense of your teammates. You can't open up the map when you have a thrower on your side. Some of those ideas are just not compatible, and that kind of comes back to some of the drafting process. At that point, I don't mind making Big Boy kind of the star player of the show, which is kind of what they seem to be doing, but it needs to be less destructive for his teammates, and that's something they need to figure out. I'm perfectly fine though with him opening up the map and giving himself the best matchups and trying to be the carry of the team. But you can't do that with a thrower on your team on dueling beetles. They're just a bad idea. It just doesn't really work. And I think that if they manage to kind of mix the right draft ideas with that sort of good gameplay and those decent mechanics we saw in their opening match, I can see them doing something here. But Coco Loco, I mean, they're still coming in here as heavy favorite.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that they will have first pick in this draft. So, I mean, do you think that Coco Loco maybe does use that opportunity to get something like the Mo out if it isn't banned away? Or is it a case of they're just going to stick with what they know, what they've been practicing, because they know how important it is to make sure that they are locked in come the time they verse some of those better opponents? And yeah, why the best are actually going to ban it out instead?
Yeah, it's banned out. It's a shame. I wanted to see some Mo action in competitive. I've never seen it in esports, at least not just yet. But so far, it's either been banned, and when it wasn't picked at all either. So interesting so far how things have been going for Mo, but no time in the spotlight just yet for the newest and most recent addition to the Brawler roster. For now, first pick was in favor of Coco Loco, and they're gonna go Gale, which I don't mind. I mean, it's just really solid overall. Very, very good brawler, very versatile, does incredibly well against tanks, but it does well against everything, really. The hypercharge is super strong as well. The chain ability can be absolutely unreal if you manage to catch multiple people in that hypercharge super. Sometimes you manage to get a second one, and it's like 4 Gale supers into your face that will pretty much melt any team. So a good brawler overall. I think future proofs the comp as well, so I like it, and I think the Gene is a good option as well for why the best gets the scouting capabilities that Gene has, paired with the pull. I mean, what more do you want?
Yeah, I mean, not to mention Gale receiving an extra 200 odd damage on that super as well. So it was pretty solid before, but now it's even better, especially with the hypercharge stack on top of it. There is, look, you could pretty comfortably wipe most rosters in the grand scheme if you line things up correctly. And I mean, the question is, where do you go from here? Do we see some frontline, like you said, the Meg potentially coming through in Amber from the side of Why the Best? So pretty solid damage output in terms of what Why the Best are looking to do. But again, I think we find ourselves in a position where there is potential for that third pick, that final pick for Why the Best, to be a little bit disjointed, because that's the problem they suffered with in their first set.
I don't mind the Amber. I think it's a good approach to just burn down those bushes, make sure that you stay, safe overall, have the information. And paired with the Gene, there's just a lot of information in those bushy areas. A good brawler can really run it down as well, because it pretty much like just out ammos any brawler. So as long as you're not too heavily outranged and you're able to like push forward, it can do really, really well. Max, I mean, it's a staple of the region. We saw it picked up so much by especially the Japanese teams. I think Coco Loco maybe just want to have like, a taste of their own medicine here, bringing in the Max and the Sandy that they had to face, like, I think 2 out of the 3 sets against 3R Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, the Max Sandy combo has been something that's been running the region for a wee while now, and it's a pretty solid effect. I mean, just pairing the extra mobility of a Max and a Sandy Sandstorm on top of it is going to be pretty tough to deal with. And Why the Best now having to round out this comp, and I mean, yeah, look, on paper, Amber and Gene as a duo, fairly solid. It's how they tie this lineup together for Why the Best that I'm looking for. Yeah, they've got the ability to isolate. There you go, something that is going to provide a little bit more control on the map, paired with the Gene. So if you're not getting hooked by one, you're getting hooked by the other. On top of that, you got the burn from Amber. So yeah, it is one that is going to flush out targets and really isolate them. So I do rate this. Why the Best? It's a much cleaner draft than what we saw in their first set.
It is better, but to be honest, I still think that like the draft is much better on Loco. To be honest, I think that if you look at the Tara specific matchups as well, like it doesn't do particularly well against any of those brawlers. Now, of course, if you pull someone like whether you're Gene or Tara, for the most part, it's going to be good. But besides that, I don't know. Not a draft I'm particularly fond of. I think they have some decent ideas though, but I think they're just kind of outmatched here by Coco Loco, who bring in a little bit of extra range, a little bit of extra mobility, and overall don't have to be too scared of most of the utility, unless there's any crazy pulls coming through. But we'll have to see if that actually happens in this set.
Well, response to get open things up, Snowfly down, and while it might have been a slightly better, a better draft than their first set, doesn't mean it's going to be the draft that wins in the series. Big damage back, Hiroshi, as they look to push on through. And yeah, look, just because your draft is better than the last one doesn't mean it's the draft that's going to win you the game, because if Coco Loco have anything to say about it, they're just going to bully out. They're just isolating individual targets, wiping them off the map, and then moving to the next one. So, yeah, unfortunately, solid try, but not quite good enough against a team like Coco Loco.
Well, this is the thing, like the Max is great at dodging pulls, right? And then they picked another brawler that has pulls against it. Just feels a little bit like counterproductive. Plus, overall, I think that the tower just doesn't have any good matchups, which is not something you want to do at all for your final pick. Just really not the right mindset to have with your draft. And therefore, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Tower is a brawler that is meta, that does see plenty of playtime in competitive. It is definitely a strong brawler across the board, but it doesn't mean that like this scenario was the right one to bring it in. And I think that's really the case here, especially for a last pick. It doesn't make sense to pick something that gets like countered so much by the enemy comp.
Yeah, I mean, look, clearly why the best are going for a bit more control. At least that seems to be the indication from their draft. I mean, you've got Tara, you've got Jean, who are looking to control the map, isolate targets and lock them down, paired with an Amber who can just burn through. But unfortunately, with a mobile team, with the Max Sandy, not only have you got Max who's just going to be dashing around fast as you'd like, but you got the Sandy with Sandstorm on top of it, and then a Gale who's just there for damage output and disengage should you need it. It was always going to be a bit of a tough spot to find yourselves in, and we've seen that in the gem count. Game 1, it was 10-0. Right now, it's 6-0 in the second of this set. It unfortunately is not going to get any easier from here for Why the Best.
Yeah, I don't know if the lane swap here is something that was really good either, because the tower is just there outrange on the right, meaning he's never going to be in range, because there's no way to like kind of force that fight unless you get a pull, but you're not getting a pull without getting damage. So some little issues here in the game plan. Left side still very solid here for Coco Loco, and a countdown is going to be initiated. The gems are split across 2 players. There is a pull now available as well. But how does Big Boy find a target? He's just going to randomly shoot in the Sandstorm. That doesn't work.
I think Big Boy he's rolled over here at this point. I think Why the Best have just conceded. There was no way that they were bringing that one back. And Coco Loco not really getting caught out by whatever it was that Why the Best were trying to do. I mean, look, I say whatever they were trying to do. It was clear what they were trying to do, but what they were trying to do is something that Coco Loco at this stage has probably seen about everything you could possibly do in the drafting phase. So they knew exactly as soon as those brawlers were brought what the plan was. And yeah, X9J, look at him. He's completely unfussed. He's got the fluffy friend there to provide moral support and de-stress. So clearly they're not that phased.
Yeah, no, I think this was a very confident opening set here for Coco Loco. I don't think the ideas were like outright terrible. I just felt like they were a bit out of place, if anything, on this draft. Coco Loco looking very good here. Let's be honest. I mean, just definitely the superior team, and I think that if things continue this way, it's going to be a quick 2-0.
I think that is likely the outcome of this series, but an elimination match to boot. Why the Best could find themselves at the end of Pinball Dreams as the second team knocked out of stage 3. And I think it's the likelihood. It's not that they're bad players, it's just the drafts aren't quite up to the standard of what is considered meta, especially in APAC at the moment. And as a result, it's hard to gauge skill-wise where they stack up as well, because the drafts are just so outmatched by their opponents that you don't really have a chance to play them. We saw that exemplified in that first game.
Yeah, I think that in general, APAC is a region that tends to like really favor simple drafts and then out-skilling their opposition. I think that's the mentality of a lot of players. I think that Coco Loco is one of the few teams that like maybe spend a little bit more effort in the draft and try to make more of a difference, have more of an impact with their drafting. And therefore, I think it makes it even more brutal here for Why the Best. It is like a lesser team mechanically, and then they have to deal with drafts that are just far superior on the other side of the spectrum. So it's a bit it's a bit brutal to watch so far for Why the Best. This is going to be their final chance, as you mentioned. It's an elimination match in the lower bracket here, so it's do or die for why the best. If they can't secure this set, it's going to be the end of their journey in this third season of the LPL.
Yeah, it could be a quick exit from the tournament, unfortunately. Mo not banned as of yet, Teddy, so there is potential for it to see some play here on Pinball Dreams. It is going to be picked by Why the Best, but I don't necessarily think we are going to get to see the full capabilities of Mo out of Why the Best at the moment, especially given how dominant Coco Loco were in that first set. From here, who knows, honestly. I
am with you, though. I think you're making a valid point where, I mean, I really want to see some Mo in competitive, but with the skill diff that we have here, I don't know if that's enough to close the gap. However, honestly, I'm down for it. I think that Why the Best, they need whatever they can, and if they have a little bit of an element of surprise here, maybe that can be the difference maker, as Max is going to be brought in by Coco Loco. Again, keeping things simple here with that Max pick, and what is it going to be? Is it going to be a Sandy with it? Like, I feel like at this point, yeah, it's been like the combination pick. Tara, I mean, similar enough. I don't mind it. It works, and it can get fed a bit as well of the Mo. So, all right, I'm cool with it.
A little bit AoE zone control. What do you do to round it out? I mean, for Coco Loco, you possibly want something a little bit beefy, something a little bit frontliney, maybe. I mean, you'd look towards the Frank, the Buster, but both of them have suffered a little bit in the latest round of patches. I mean, honestly, you probably don't need a frontliner with the mobility that you provide with the Max. You're just going to be diving in and out. So there is potential that they just go more into that offensive side of things. Barley, I'm not quite sure about that one on this map. I just don't think he necessarily has the pacing. I think you're relying far too heavily on those walls, which are pretty fragile at the best times on this map.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, I think throwers are good on this map. I do think that you're opening up a little bit of a risk when there's still a pick to be coming on the enemy side, that they could just go for a wall break. Even then, I don't know if Barley is necessarily like a go-to. Now, Larry Laurie has been on both sides. He is definitely like your first choice here. So to that extent, you know, you're limited. But okay, Surge, not a bad one, not a bad shot. However, I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of a wall break coming through here from Coco Loco, or some idea to just kind of like reduce the value of that Barley.
Yeah, I mean, with Coco Loco also having final pick, I mean, there is potential for them to just really punish the likes of the Barley. I don't think the Surge is going to be enough to sort of blow this comp out of the water for Why the Best. Again, I think their drafting is letting them down a little bit more than it possibly should at this stage. Coco Loco, I mean, they really do have the potential to just go hyper aggressive here.
I mean, Frank has wall break, that's for sure. Does need to get fed a bit to get to that stage. Obviously, has the passive charge rate as well from his straight, so whenever he takes damage, it goes towards his super charge. But it's definitely a brawler that can be very overwhelming just because of the sheer amount of health that it provides. So I don't mind it. I don't think it's a bad shot. Can open up those walls too when it comes to it. I think it's a good come from Coco Loco. Maybe not the direction I would have gone for personally, but I think it can work. And if they're confident in it, I definitely can see them make it work.
I think it's a good, because obviously you're probably looking, not to disrespect Why the Best, but I think Coco Loco, let's be honest, looking past them. So to Frank, it's not going to reveal a heck of a lot, because obviously he did suffer a little bit in the latest round of patches, so you're not necessarily going to be bringing him, but against a team that you're probably lining up as a bit of an easy matchup, you couldn't be punished as heavily. I mean, at first few moments of the game, both teams will pick up a kill. Ash on the Mo has the super up as well, so they've gotten some charge out of it, which could be quite instrumental. But there you go, all of a sudden on the offensive, and X9J just short of the line, passes it to Pigboy, who passes it back, supers out, shoots for the goal, but intercepted by Snowfly. Ball centered towards mid, past the left-hand side, back towards mid, playing dangerous games here across the face of the goal. You don't want to be doing that. Hiroshi just going to send chip damage. Ball going to be passed towards the center. As response will pick up another elimination there onto the Mo. Pig Boy jumping on in the surge. X9J in the bushes trying to punish, but Pig Boy will get his one. Looking for a second. It's Ash on the back shoulder. Suddenly, Why the Best have some momentum under the belt, and they might just get it over the line before those respawns come through. X9J can't stop. And Why the Best will get the first goal here in the Brawl Ball.
Finally, something going their way, but hypercharged Frank pushing forward, goes for the super, gets the connection. Pig Boy last man alive here for Why the Best. And there's 2 more hypercharges to go here for Coco Loco. They might try to keep those. They'd rather not use them if they can avoid it, but it might be required here to try to open up the situation. The double pull is there though from respawns, and the shot is in as well. The max super and the max hypercharge will be transferred over. They will still have that extra value. They actually don't have a max super, so they need that in order to get that max hypercharge going.
40 seconds on the clock. Just going to slow it down at 1 goal apiece, so we're not quite yet at overtime. Ball centered there. Pig Boy in a bit of trouble, dives on in. We finish off by response. Hiroshi going aggressive, hypercharge out. X9J there. He's going to split the difference again. Just slots it home. And Coco Loco will bounce back after a rather chaotic flurry of success from Why the Best.
Yeah, it was the best game we've seen so far from Why the Best, absolutely so. However, that best game still resulted in giving away a match point to Coco Loco. Why the Best here, not in a good position. Elimination is on the line, and Coco Loco looking to secure that.
X9J, going to pop the walls, look to walk his way. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's just going to send it. He's just going to clear it into the goal. Coco Loco, 1 goal away from knocking Why the Best out of the tournament. Chaos in mid. Hiroshi taking some big damage. Response just waiting, biting. X9J going to use those bushes again to get up nice and close. Ball passed. Can he slot it through? Is he going to walk it? No. He's going to get the goal over the Mo. Unfortunately, when Mo is only a foot tall, it's kind of hard to block a shot like that. Why the Best are out of the APAC tour for stage 3. Teddy, unfortunately, their day is done.
Yeah, brutal game here. I mean, we saw some nice stuff from Why the Best in that first game of Brawl Ball, but then the next one was the most brutal game of the entire day. It feels like incredibly short, incredibly brutal. Coco Loco showing why they are a top dog in this region. They will be moving through to the next round of the lower bracket, and unfortunately that means we have to say our goodbyes to Why the Best that did at least manage to show some greatness in Brawl Ball just earlier.
My question is, who put the smallest brawler in the game in goal against the biggest brawler and thought that was going to be fair? That's just crazy. Having a look at the bracket, though, as it stands after our first, or the last match of rather the round 1 games, we now progress to round 2, heading to the upper bracket for Crazy Raccoon, taken on Motivated, and Team Eclipse taken on 3R Gaming. Now, Motivated did make an appearance in stage 1, Teddy. It's a combination of a couple of teams, looking at the likes of Star Dragon, Danku, Bangy. So, look, they did reasonably well in stage 1. We didn't see them stage 2, but they're back again here. Look, could this be a bit of a dark horse, do you reckon?
I don't think so. I want it to be. Like, don't get me wrong. This is the thing as well. Like, sometimes maybe I'm like a little bit pessimistic, or like I'm a bit too realistic, and I count teams out even though they have yet to like show us what they can do. But like, it's CR we are talking about on the other side, and CR, you just don't really mess with them. They're just so incredibly good, and they've showed it time and time and time again. I think they're heavy favorites here. I know Motivated was here in season 1 of LPL. I know they did get some results here and there. It wasn't like an immediate exit either. They did manage to win against Next Level, which is what was at the time Team Angelic. So I can see that they are capable of doing things. They did take a set as well from Revenant at the time. However, I mean, Crazy Raccoon is a whole other beast.
Yeah, they really are. It's just... It feels weird to say that, Na'Vi took them out in stage 2, but the Na'Vi's not here. It can be a bit hard at times to gauge sort of where APAC stands as a whole. And I mean, especially with the drafts we've seen, there is potential for any number of things to happen today.
It's always been a very chaotic region, and I feel like today is no exception so far. Motivated They have some players with experience. Star Dragon has been helping out a bunch of different teams throughout the year as well, whether it comes to drafting or just participating in tournaments. So definitely a roster that has some experience in competitive play, and they've shown in the past that they can do some good stuff. However, they are facing the strongest and fiercest team of the region, and that's another level of a challenge that we have yet to see from them.
Yeah, and I mean, not only are we leveling up the competition, but we're leveling up the map pool as well. It's time for map pool C, and this is where we will be for the remainder of the night. Teddy, Sneaky Fields for the Brawl Ball to start, Snake Prairie for the Bounty, and then Ring of Fire Hot Zone to end it out. Yeah, look, there is endless potential for shenanigans here.
Yeah, people were wilding about the fact that Snake Prairie was added to the competitive map pool, especially since it's going to be there at World Finals, right? I am like mitigated because I am like so terrified of seeing some Snake Prairie in competitive, but at the same time, like I really want to see some Snake Prairie in competitive. And this is our chance to do just that in our second set of the series. So I'm thrilled for that.
It's one of those, yeah, as a player, I'm terrified seeing Snake Prairie come out, but as a caster, I could not be more excited because it does just open things up even more now that it is a competitive environment. So yeah, look, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what these teams have prepped coming into this, what they've got under the belt, because we didn't see anything out of Motivated, because obviously they got the first round win after a forfeit, and for Crazy Raccoon, again, they didn't reveal a heck of a lot in their matchup, so these drafts are going to be that much more important coming into this matchup.
Yeah, well, I feel like this might be a similar scenario for Crazy Raccoon, where they might not be willing to reveal too much either. I think they might still play it very safe. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a bunch of Maxes and Sandys and those sort of shenanigans coming back here, because they're just simple, they're mechanical, and this is kind of like the kind of stuff, you know, they dig in general. So those are my expectations for the drafts here from CR. Maybe it's worth it on the enemy side to try to ban some of those brawlers, you know, ban Max. I mean, you're playing CR, you know, it's not out there, especially when they're playing like a third-party tournament where I don't want to say they take things less seriously, because I definitely don't think that's the case either, but they also don't want to, like, you know, overthink those drafts too much. They like to keep it simple, they like to keep it efficient, and for the most part, that tends to turn around some sort of a Max.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a case of they're not trying as hard. I think, especially for a team like Crazy Raccoon, they're probably not revealing as much as they probably normally would in the likes of a monthly finals. So they are trying to keep that straight book a little bit closer to the chest, given that they've got Worlds just around the corner. First pick goes the way of Motivated coming into this first set. Mo banned out, Stu and Sandy banned out, Surge banned out, but no Max. So look, as much as we joke about the APAC Grey, I think the APAC Sandy Max is probably more appropriate at this stage.
That is absolutely fair. I mean, we did see a fair amount of Grey already today as well, so I would still, like, you know, keep him in the APAC flavoring, but I do kind of like the bans across the board here. I think it covers their ground pretty nicely. Gonna be a Larry Lorry first pick. I don't mind it. I don't think it's necessarily easy to play on Sneaky Fields. Sneaky Fields that was recently just added into the World Finals map pool as well. It was replacing Triple Dribble, because it's like an asymmetrical map, so depending on where you spawn, you can have a huge advantage off the bat. Players were not very happy about that, so Brawl Esports did a great thing and put Sneaky Fields instead, which is still not a very much liked map, but it is a more balanced map across the board. It is of course symmetrical, but let's see how this goes. We now see some interesting pick, the Gus, not something I was necessarily expecting here, a bit of an odd one, and then we see a Buster as well, which is going to be great at running it down, but you do want to be careful of tank counter or other tanks.
Yeah, I mean, both those brawlers were, well, I mean, Gus is on the buff side of the equation, whereas Buster, so yeah, Gus gained about 120 damage, I think it was, on his basics, and then Buster lost about 200 HP, so both have seen changes. The Frank coming in again. We did touch on it a little bit earlier, you know, sort of where is he going to settle with the changes that were made to him. I mean, losing 300 HP, plus seeing, you know, the nerfs that he did receive on top of that, you wondered maybe if he was going to fall out of favor, but obviously that's not the case at all.
Yeah, the Frank being brought in again here, still an absolute like unit of a brawler. So much health available to it. it does struggle a little bit more with the rest of its kit, but it's still in a good place overall. It's still in a good place overall, especially once the map starts opening up. It's actually going to be favorable to the Frank against the Buster matchup. The Coco being brought in as well, that's going to be a lot of heals. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of heals.
The changes to Coco, you know, having not just the heals but the over heals now in terms of that new hypercharge that he has. Look, I think that makes things very interesting. That a Melody rounding things out, which look, it's probably a deeper cut Apex special because the Japanese players love a bit of the Melody, and when it's played well, it's pretty scary. But how it plays out here on Sneaky Fields, I mean, what are your thoughts, Teddy?
Well, I wouldn't say that Sneaky Field is like the best Melody map because it like Melody prefers open maps, but it's still like a champion at Brawl, right? You get 3 supers that can be either dashes or charge like shots with the bow. Those are like scary because you can like self pass twice and then still have a charge shot. So that means that from your spawn you can just like score in the span of 3 seconds. It is very, very impressive. Does it have an easy time against those matchups? I don't really know about that. But we'll see how it plays out. There's Snapdragon. Star Dragon comes out to right side, and that's a free kill onto Tempo. He's just gonna push through. Is there enough damage? I don't think so. Moya clears up the 2-piece on the right-hand side. And that's gonna be crazy Raccoon now with map control.
Sneaky Fields indeed. Star just working his way up, getting the clearance and looking to get that ball through, but yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't put it down to the fact that it was that 300 HP that made all the difference. But the shot is off the mark. Shitampo, he was going for the 2-piece that you were talking about, the triple super, looking for the play, but it's denied. Tensai backed into a corner. Danku going to pick up the ball, passes it off to Midas, but big damage coming out. Moya still alive, will be finished off, and that ball safe in the corner for now for Motivated. But both teams clearly came in with a game plan off the draft, and neither of those plans worked out just yet.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. Motivated so far, not looking that bad. It looks like they're more defensive now, though. We did see some chokes, I think, after that initial play. The hypercharge from Star Dragon is absolutely devastating, nearly taking out the entire team on his own. And Motivated now back with mid control. And this is where things can get interesting. Can they lay siege to that goal area? Super from Star Dragon coming through now. Open up the wall, but it's over. The ball has gone through, and that's the thing with Melody. If you're not careful, that ball is going like from the middle of the map all the way to your goal in the span of a few seconds.
Shitampo on the Melody putting the iron team with the solo goal there. Off the reset, 49 seconds. Moya is going to be able to move it up and just slots it on past Midas for a quick 2-piece for Crazy Raccoon as they take the first round of the set. And yeah, look, Shitampo on the Melody. When it works, it works. It's pretty scary.
It really is. I mean, there's so many win conditions as well with this comp, I think. You know, that's the scary part of that comp from Crazy Raccoon is you can score with the knockback of the Gus. You can score with the Melody going crazy with the supers and just traveling at 1,000 kilometers per hour. You can score with the Buster going for a shot and pull. You can score just by getting a team wipe or creating a big opening like we see right now. And Crazy Raccoon already a goal up 20 seconds in.
He questioned Star Dragon pushing as deep as he did. He kind of overextended there, and that's kind of what allowed Shitampo to push up the way he did in response. Danku dropping Moya. There you go. Clearing the wall in front of that Crazy Raccoon goal. Will translate into a shot on from Motivated. Looking for more, though. This is, I think, still Crazy Raccoon looking like they're the ones in control. I say that, Shitampo dives too deep. Ball's handed off to Moya, who's going to clear it into the corner. Try and give his team some breathing room. Star Dragon alive, hypercharge out, popping the walls. Shitampo looking to go on a one-man mission, but you got Midas there up in his face, just delaying a little bit. And they're going to go on the hunt, but it's going to stop Shitampo from his reign of terror. He's not going to be able to score that goal all on his lonesome. He's going to have to get the team in to help, and that's brilliant response there from Motivated.
Star Dragon has been so crazy in left rank so far, just getting great positioning, great supers, great hypercharges, getting a lot of plays done. Motivated could have closed out the game right here, right now, if they were able to get the pass just a few seconds ago onto that Frank that was stood in front of the open goal. Fortunately, they couldn't quite make that happen. The Melody got the ball away, and for now, Crazy Raccoon still safe, but they need to be careful. And for now, seems like Motivated have at least been able to prove that Crazy Raccoon can bleed. If they can bleed, they can die. But that's still another story here. Motivated have a lot of work to do to get to that point.
Yeah, it hasn't been the cleanest game for Motivated by any stretch of the imagination. Couple of overextensions have allowed Shitatampo and that Melody to go to work. Star Dragon, he's going to work his way up, look to clear things out, try and disrupt Shitatampo. The ball sent deep, and they will finish off the Melody, but Tensai is there, Moya up in the thick of things. Going to be cleared out as well. They're trying to finish off Star Dragon here, who does have that Hyper up as well. So Tensai not able to confirm that kill. 1 goal apiece with 13 seconds on the clock. I think both teams are sort of just saying, yeah, look, we're going to play for overtime here. Star Dragon and Tensai both 4-5 seconds on the clock. Where are the supers? The ball is deep in Motivated territory right now. They're going to have to start working their way up. Super there for Star Dragon. They're going to have to get it a lot closer if they want to put that super to work.
He has a lot of help. Gets pulled, though. Tempo low HP. Passes to Moya. Moya, there's no hard stopping power in front of him. Has the ball. He's going to walk it through with the shield. And it's unstoppable here. The gut shield carrying him through that finish line as Crazy Raccoon lock in the first set here.
Yeah, look, again, I think Crazy Raccoon doing exactly what Crazy Raccoon has been doing their entire year, and Motivated, look, they look like they were going to be in position to take that one away, but they make a couple of overextensions, a couple of misplays, and I think it just speaks to the teams as a whole. Crazy Raccoon playing together for a while now. They have some top caliber players. Motivated have good players, but they're not that familiar team. They're not the ones playing in every single monthly cup. It's an amalgamation of a couple of different teams, and that lack of familiarity, I think, was a bit their undoing there.
Yeah, as I mentioned before we even saw the set, like Star Dragon played phenomenally well in that frame. I think he kept them competitive, especially in that second game. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough. I think his teammates were not able to find nearly as much value, but it was a good attempt. It was a good attempt, and we'll have to see if they're able to turn things around here in set 2. Otherwise, it's going to be their last in the upper bracket.
Yeah, it could be a lower bracket run for Motivated. Snake Prairie, though, if things are interesting in Sneaky Fields, Snake Prairie just opens, I mean, it really just opens the draft book up to any number of possibilities. Do we see heavy assassin investment? Are we going to see that you look for that high damage output gap closer because you know that you've just got the grass to get up in the face of it? Do we see information gathering prioritized? I think it opens more questions than it possibly answers at this stage.
The last time we really saw like Snake Prairie in competitive was like 2021. Back then the meta on Snake Prairie was kind of like Bo and Tara. You'd see some occasional Jeans. You'd see some like Colts and Brocks to open up the map as well. So those were some of the like main ideas. You'd see some tanks once in a while, like Shelly, of course, comes to mind. But for now, the meta has changed a lot in the last 2-3 years. And just looking at their bans, it's a completely different process. I mean, from all the brawlers I mentioned, the only one we see in the bans is Jean. Now, it is going to be a Bo first pick. I think that it's an obvious one here as well. His star power is incredible on this map. You know, having that extra vision in bushes. I mean, this is the one map, besides like Cavern Churn and Showdown, that actually offers this level of value for the star power.
Yeah, look, it opens a whole new world of possibilities. Tara and the Mo coming through. Teddy, look, it was not quite the Mo that we wanted in that last series, but we get it here for set number 2 of Crazy Raccoon versus Motivated in the hands of someone like Danku as well, or Danaku. Potentially going to be a little bit more potent, I think. Where did Crazy Raccoon go? The Chester. Oh boy.
I mean, they have a lot of wall break as well, right? Meaning, I mean, it's not an easy wall break to get on the Chester because obviously you're reliant on getting the right super. But that plus the bow mines, if they manage to get an early lead, I can just like lock in, remove the bushes, and suddenly they have full information. If Motivated tries to push forward, they'll be aware. And I think that goes a long way. I like the Buster pick as well. Makes a lot of sense on this map. I think the combination as well with the Chester gives like some tank proofness to this comp, because if there's one element where Buster does really struggle, it's against other tanks that will tend to like out DPS it because they have higher reload speed or better matchups up close. Because when you think about it, Buster's super is like only good from afar. So to that extent, it does stop it a little bit from happening. I still think that maybe a tank route could be worth pursuing here from Motivated. Maybe going for like a Rosa or something. They're gonna go for the Frank actually, so it is a tank, but it is a Frank. Not a bad idea though. I like it. It has a little bit more range and it will be able to wall break as well if that's something they want to do.
Yeah, look, we're not getting the crazy assassin play, but yeah, the bow coming in. It's bizarre when you see an esport with one pick that is so incredibly niche that there's only like a handful of maps that open up and finally getting to see it to play. Now that Snake Prairie is there, look, bow might be just the top dog when it comes to this map. Whatever the case may be, it's time for Snake Prairie Daddy. It's making its way into the competitive scene, and we're kicking it off here with the APAC Tour, of course. Oh boy.
All right, for a Snake Prairie game in esports in a hot minute, but it's here. Early on, a fight for the blue start perhaps. Vision is going to be given to the team of the Tara with that gadget. They have that information. No, the coast is clear. What I can see from so far away, I mean, you guys can all just see the amount of scouting this star power does. Another gadget popped by the Tara, giving some more info. We'll probably only have 2 more to go though, so you want to be careful with that. Nice super from Star Dragon. It's a 1 kill. Tensai goes down as well. A 2-piece, a trader as well coming through, but look at that brutal pull. The tower pull finds nothing, and that's now 5 stars in favor of Crazy Raccoon.
Oh boy, we knew that Snake Prairie was going to be something to behold, and it has been exactly that. Star Dragon on the mo. Looking to try and open things up here. Shitatampo trying to be that big wall that the Buster has been historically. Thank you. Just can't get close. We're seeing a bit of a position swap on the whole, Teddy. They switched halves there for a second.
Yeah, it's gone over to left to right matchup now. Tempo might get caught off guard by that pull. Is low HP now, goes for a pull of his own. The trade is there. 2-on-2 double pull from the tower. Star Dragon gets the 2-piece. With the help of his mate there, and Motivated run away with a 3 stars lead now.
Putting the mo in Motivated. Danku behind the wall. Looking to try and finish things off. Pull comes out. Tensai falls. Looking for some big damage, but it's just off the mark there. 23 seconds. 16 to 11 in terms of overall star count. Shitatampo falls. 18 stars now in the hands of Motivated. Moya looking for something. Denku gonna go down, but Motivated still have the 18 stars that they need in this situation. 9, 8, 7, 6 seconds left on the clock. Denku hypercharged, wall clear. Finishes off Moya, and that's exactly what they need. Motivated taken the first round of this set here on Snake Prairie. Teddy, what did you think of it coming back into the competitive environment?
I like, as a spectator, I kind of love it because, like, you know, it's entertaining. However, like, it's already showing some of the cheesiness of it, right? And some of the how can I say that? The closing the gap in skill-wise, which I think pros are less fond of. But it is what it is. You got to adapt. It's a part of the championship, and it's going to be at the World Finals. A nice opening kill from Shtitempo. It's going to turn the tides after the blue star was picked up by Motivated. Midas is low HP, no way out there either. And it's a 3-star advantage early on in favor of Crazy Raccoon, but earlier they had a bigger lead than that, and Motivated were still able to turn it around.
Well, again, we sort of see that left to right flip. Tensai has the super up, but Danku, oh, he's going to be caught, punished there a little bit. He's taken big damage and finished off. And all 3 players of Crazy Raccoon will still hold on for the time being. Shitatampo dropping Star Dragon as well, and the Mo not looking quite as successful this time around. In fact, it's just wipe after wipe. They're on Demotivated. They're 10 stars to 1 down at the moment. And Crazy Raccoon have looked to right the ship a little bit here.
I mean, so far, this is an incredibly good game here from Crazy Raccoon. Motivated getting a little bit unlucky here and there, because I think they definitely had some areas where they could have gotten kills, and it just didn't quite happen. Let's see, 11 stars. Is that something that Motivated can come back from still? Star Dragon on the right hand side doesn't get spotted. Denku gonna try to push up the left. Is he gonna get spotted here? Are they gonna be able to stop him is the real question. Tensai catches him off guard, another stun. Tensai's been so fortunate with those supers. He's gotten stun after stun to stop supers from the Frank and just absolutely destroy him from up close. Moya gets the final kill. DR take the game, and that's a match point now in their hand.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy chaotic in the first round of the set. Second one, very one-sided in favor of Crazy Raccoon. They sort of figure out what needs to be done. And yeah, look, a little bit of RNG. Probably a lot of RNG if we're being honest, going the way of Tensai on the Chester. That could have been a bit disastrous if he hadn't pulled those out of the bag. But he gets it done. That's exactly what he's looking for in the moment. Blue Star going to be contested. Star Dragon wants to go for it, but he's just taken far too much damage for it to be viable.
Blue Star picked up by Tensai. First skill as well picked up by Moya. Dash in from Star Dragon, but he just doesn't have any support here. He needs some help. He can't just go in there and expect things to work. They're destroying pretty much all of the bushes besides that left side. Once Denku gets spotted, he's going to be taking a lot of damage, but look at him go. Denku and Midas get the 2-piece and the 1-star advantage back in favor of Motivated.
I mean, that is lining up with the choke points. That's exactly what this comp was looking to do. Try and line things up. Star Dragon finding Moya. Danku looking to get in the thick of things again. Shidatampo takes big damage. And Danku does avoid just falling there. Tensai still has that blue star, but it's much of a muchness. 5 stars for Crazy Raccoon, 10 for Motivated. They are looking like they might just be able to take this to a third set, if possible. I mean, Motivated have been looking very, very solid. They just need to hold 45 seconds. This is just a waiting game now. They don't need to overcommit. They don't need to over push anything. They've got beefy front line. They've got a lot of punish to work with. If Star Dragon can keep chipping away and getting that super up, Motivated have every opportunity.
They're in the driver's seat right now. Crazy Raccoon are the ones that need to find a play. Pull into Tensai here is going to be brutal. Super not going to be enough either. Star Dragon goes in. Doesn't quite make it out though. 4 stars. And this is going to be the final push coming through momentarily as Tensai is back into the equation. A hypercharged pull though, and Tensai again is absolutely shut down. Nothing Moya can do, and CR unable to turn things around despite having the momentum, despite having the match point. It's Motivated who take this set and bring us to a third.
Yeah, look, Motivated pull up to the drive-through speaker and ask for a large wombo combo into the microphone pretty clearly, and that is exactly what that was designed to do. The Mo stacked on top of the Frank, stacked on top of the Tara, everything layered on top of each other, and there is absolutely nothing Crazy Raccoon can do to survive that. Yeah, the Buster's a beefy boy, but even in the face of all of that, there is nothing he can do. Snake Prairie. Look, I'm excited to see more of that map in the future.
Absolutely so. I mean, look at the damage as well on Star Dragon pulling the Frank here again. Incredible. I think it was Denku on the Frank, but regardless, the damage out of this world here. Really good stuff from Motivated, showing the kind of cheese you can pull off as well on Snake Prairie. But now they get into set 3 with a little bit of momentum in their pocket, and this could actually go a long way. We'll have to see if the draft is going to be more on point on Ring of Fire. I'd expect it to be for Crazy Raccoon. I think this is probably what their issue was. What came down to the draft, I think, initially, right? I think they just didn't quite manage to nail the meta of Snake Prairie, or at least not to the extent that Motivated have mastered it.
But in I mean, I think it was in the draft. So you got Motivated playing Mo's a mouse, a bit of cheese coming through. It was just layers of context that added up to Motivated taking that set and forcing us into set 3, which is, I mean, it's Ring of Fire. It's Heart Zone. We're going back to something that's a little bit more stable, a little bit more familiar. And with Crazy Raccoon having first pick, I think it does open things up for them a little bit more. Yeah, you probably like the final one to just be able to make any counter plays that you need to, but it does give you a little bit more priority going into things.
Yeah, it also helps lock in some of those bans, right? Getting that Mo out of the equation early on. It's kind of like a guaranteed ban for Motivated here. So I like it. I like it. Gus first pick. Seems like his damage buff has actually gone a long way, because he's being brought in multiple times already with some good success as well. So so far CR showing their interest in this brawl as well.
Yeah, Squeak as well. Copping the ban there. I've been getting one of those fancy new hypercharges in the mail. Potentially playing into that team's not wanting to deal with him as much at the moment. Rank of 5. I mean, we've seen some interesting stuff in the APAC tours in stages 1 and 2 when it comes to the hot zone. Whether or not we still see those coming through this stage is another question for later on. But Larry Laurie coming through. So again, Larry Laurie, a bit of a staple of this competition as well.
Yeah, he's in a very good place. Absolutely so. I mean, I think probably the best thrower in the game right now. Pretty close with Barley, I think, depending on the mode and rather the map. I'd say more than the mode and the draft. But overall, pretty much like in the driver's seat when it comes to throwers right now. The first Meg I think we've seen all day, which I think is shocking considering how like solid Meg still is, I think, in the current meta. Maybe it's a regional thing, or the balance changes just completely change the balancing here for Meg. But it's the first one we see today so far. So that's interesting for sure, and it's going to be Stu and Ruffs as a response here from CR.
Yeah, I mean, again, Ruffs are another brawler that does see appearances here and there, and APAC, it's neither, I mean, hugely popular or unpopular. I couldn't really say either. But, I mean, yeah, I agree in terms of Meg and seeing play 20 damage nerf to a mech form. I would argue it's probably not enough to discount it, but the Amber coming through as well. I rate the Amber, especially on Ring of Fire. It has been so potent, locking down those side lanes, clearing out the grass as well. So yeah, this final pick going the way of Motivated could be one that definitely sets them up for a bit of an upset victory if they do take down Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, overall, I don't mind the draft here from CR. It makes a bit more sense, I think, than some of the Snake Prairie draft. There's a little bit more balance. Seems a bit more in touch with the meta. Again, I think Snake Prairie was such like a big question mark when it comes to drafting because like no one ever really has. It was the thing as well, as I mentioned, it was last really played in competitive in like 2021. There was no drafting in 2021. It was blind picks. So that's a pretty significant change compared to the current format. With that being said, we are in here, and so far it is Crazy Raccoon with the better start, but now we start seeing Motivated pushing forward. Not for long though, as Shatempo finds Star Dragon, and with that opening, CR keep control.
Yeah, Shatempo playing that right-hand lane, looking to be a real threat up in the face of both Midas and Star Dragon. Midas forced out of the mech at the moment will allow Crazy Raccoon to walk themselves up again. Shatempo dashing around this Amber, forcing Shatempo out for the moment, but just playing a slow game. Crazy Raccoon aren't getting ahead of themselves here. They know that they can win this war of attrition.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race here, and so far that seems to very much be the name of the game for CR. Another buff being dished out, and this is the thing as well, when they don't get those trades, Crazy Raccoon at the end of the encounters, they keep buffing up their members with some treats. Now it's Moya and Tensai. Tempo will fall on the right hand side, but Star Dragon is burning down, all the way down actually, as he gets taken out. And they're now one treat away from all being buffed up, which is pretty ridiculous to think about.
Shatempo cuts deep, finds the finisher onto Midas Dank, who's not long for the world either. In fact, every single member of Motivated is, well, an endangered species, will be finished off, and allows Crazy Raccoon to take an even more aggressive stance on towards the zone. They're 86% of the way through already as it is. And it has just been a slow, I mean, not overtly aggressive zoning that has won them this first round of the set. Motivated just not really wanting to step up and toe the line against them.
It's looking like a great draft here from CR. Great execution as well. And you truly see the snowball effect as well from the Ruffs, where the beginning was good, but it wasn't like crazy good. But, you know, first fight, there's a buff coming out for the Ruffs. Second fight, there's a buff in the mid. Towards the end, the buff on the Stu was kind of like the cherry on top of the cake there. Nicely done by CR. Match point back in their hands. Can they lock this one in, or is it going to be another choke?
Well, I mean, you'd hope not, especially with everything at stake in terms of rounding out the year strongly. Star Dragon, big damage taken, and Moya going to fire the final shot, looking to chip away at Midas's big HP pool as well. And this is where Crazy Raccoon have shined fairly solidly in the past. They absolutely dominate for the most part when it comes to hot zone. Shatempo controlling the right-hand lane, zoning out as well. effectively making it 2 versus 3. Danku trying to get involved. Should dump 112 HP at a dream, but it allows the rest of his team to be mopped up. Star Dragon, 184 HP, dropping low. As Crazy Raccoon have just whittled away at this stance in towards the middle of the map for Motivated. They're not holding this comfortably by any stretch.
I love that Moya broke up that right side, making sure that the Larry Laurie just can't stand in that position anymore. There's 2 out of the 3 players buffed up now as well. That's gotta be some crazy amount of extra damage and extra HP across the board. Midas is gonna fall as well. That's the final buff being placed down. Moya gonna be happy to pick that one up for himself. And even though he's getting run down by Star Dragon, actually I was gonna say Tensai gets the kill. They both survive with 1 HP. Should be able to start resetting, and they'll be happy to give a few percentage away to Motivated and come back with all 3 players still buffed up.
Shizambo looking to get aggressive up that right hand side once again. He's been controlling it so very, very well. Midas, big damage onto the mech form, and Star Dragon not escaping unscathed either. Moya on the rush is going to work right now. More wall breaks, more buffs being dropped, but it's whittling away at the defensive positioning that Motivated did have. They've got 83% here, Teddy. So unless there is a mad dash effort made by Crazy Raccoon, we are likely going to be rounding it out with a full distance set here on the hot zone. Pushing on in, 99%, and yeah, Motivated will get it over the line as we go to a decider here. And this hot zone set could be interesting. Crazy Raccoon in a position I don't think they're quite familiar with.
Double match point it is. I was not expecting it. I thought surely with all 3 players buffed up, they'll be able to just kind of walk through them. But somehow Motivated held their ground, were able to consistently chip damage them as well, so they were never in a position to just kind of like, you know, have an obvious timing to push forwards. That was very impressive from Motivated. Let's see if they can do it again, if they can do the impossible and take Crazy Raccoon to the lower bracket, or if CR are going to be able to avoid that disaster.
I mean, that is the question. Crazy Raccoon once again getting early priority over towards the zone itself, but taken back almost immediately by Motivated. This big beefy frontliner in the form of the Meg is keeping this push alive. Shintampo isn't quite having the same commanding presence in that right-hand lane that he was in the first couple of rounds. Big dive deep in towards Danku. Star Dragon looking to make a play of his own. So it will be a trade ultimately, but it's a trade that's very much going Crazy Raccoon's way. They finish off Midas and get the full wipe, a 3 for 2. That goes CR's way. Now Motivated back on sport, looking to get back up and in that conversation. They will find one. Unfortunately, for Crazy Raccoon, they didn't get as much progress as I think they would have liked in that situation.
Tempo going for some aggressive plays. Moya gets a snipe onto Star Dragon. Midas, quite low HP, drops out of mech now as well. Danku taken out by Tempo's aggressive plays, and even though Motivated still have a slight lead, Crazy Raccoon are closing the gap. Slowly, but surely, taking back the advantage now as well. And this time around, they've opted to not destroy the right side walls, and I think I prefer that for the Stu, just offering a little bit more cover. Yes, it does help the Larry Laurie in that defensive position, but it also helps the Stu to kind of like push forwards without being completely left in the open. And so far, it's definitely helped them out massively.
Yeah, I mean, that's the game plan for Stu. You sort of push forward, slingshot from there into an aggressive position, round those walls. So, yeah, I think that's definitely the right call from Crazy Raccoon. Give him that little bit of extra flexibility, make it a little bit harder for Danku. And that's exactly what they've done here. They're going to keep accelerating on through. 87% success on the zone itself, but that gap is closing. Motivated have worked their way into a contestable position right now. Tensai needs to be cleared out. They will do just that, but at the cost of Star Dragon, who is a huge amount of their damage output. Danku and Midas both forward. It's a full wipe, and Crazy Raccoon ice it up in the last second. And they are going to avoid the lower bracket. Unfortunately, Teddy, the same cannot be said for Motivated.
What a brilliant attempt from Motivated across the board. They played really, really well in this series. Very impressive stuff. I mean, taking it all the way to a double match point is super impressive. I mean, look at that. CR was, what, 23, 30 kills in this one compared to the meager 8 from Motivated. It's a very different story. One that brings Crazy Raccoon to the next round of the upper bracket, and unfortunately motivation is going to be dropping down to the lower.
I have to say, it is hugely impressive that Motivated, which is an amalgamation of a number of different rosters, played that series as well as they did against a team like Crazy Raccoon. That was hugely impressive. But there you go. Semi-finals bound for Crazy Raccoon. They are sitting hot and ready, waiting for the winner of our next matchup, Team Eclipse 3R Gaming, Teddy. Look, this Team Eclipse looked good in their first matchup. 3R Gaming looked very good in their first matchup. But I think Team Eclipse, bigger challenge on their hands than, say, 3R Gaming do at this stage.
That is absolutely true. I mean, in a certain extent, I would say that like 3R might be more warmed up because they already had to deal with Coco Loco earlier. Team Eclipse, not as much. They had a bit of a more straightforward opening match, not quite as challenging of an opponent. So that comes into play here as well. You know, are you completely warmed up? Are you feeling it? Delay is going to be in favor of 3R as well. So I think that overall here, 3R not in a bad spot for this matchup. I would probably consider them as my favorites.
Yeah, look, I think they are definitely feeling it, Mr. Krabs. At this stage, 3R Gaming, I mean, the fact that they took down Coco Loco, who on paper was the better team, 3R Gaming it came together in the clutch, I think, more than outright outplaying them. But you cannot discredit 3R Gaming for the performance that they put up. Plus, you look at this, Eclipse Esports. That is a bit of a spread team. It's not quite all of Redden Gaming, but it's some aspects of Redden Gaming plus a couple of others. Coming into it though, in this map pool, we are going the exact same one. Remember, it is pool C for the remainder of the night. So Teddy, we get Snake Prairie for the remainder of the night, which I'm excited for.
It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be chaotic, but that's the name of the game here for Snake Prairie. And I guess this is gonna be a great way to kind of like analyze what to expect in when it comes to competitive Snake Prairie, which is still very much an unknown quantity, especially when it comes to draft. Something that has never really happened before. When it was in the competitive map pool, there was no draft. It was blind picks, so very different approach to it. I think that like some of the ideas were maybe like not the greatest from Crazy Raccoon earlier on Snake Prairie. That does open the room here for some improvements as well.
Well, Team Eclipse, as we head to Sneaky Fields, are going to have the first pick in the Brawl Ball. I mean, we did see some interesting stuff. We saw the Frank and the Buster coming out, so similar to how we've seen, these Brawl Ball maps or maps similar to this played out. But in terms of the ban phase, Larry Laurie, Max, Rosa banned out, Mo, Sandy, and Gale copped a ban, and Sergeant, he's going to open things in an Anita pick.
I don't mind it. It does good on grassy maps. Especially if you can like have it with like a speed gear, and obviously it's really good at those like kind of like wiggling angles, if I can call it that way, just kind of like peeking and going for a shot, peeking, going for a shot. If you look at the sides of the lanes, it's perfect for it. Like you have some cover, just go for your shot. It's going to clear out the entire bush, and then you're safe from any bad surprises. The bears are super good utility as well to bring to your team, having that extra kind of like tankability factor being brought in. I love it. I think it does really good on this map in particular. I think Chester is a good shot too, especially in the bushes. Scouts well, but if you manage to creep up on your position with a 4-shot shot, I guess that's how I'm gonna call it. That's absolutely like a brutal amount of damage that you can deal up close. So I think it definitely has its place in this map.
Yeah, look, both teams sort of prioritizing around those choke points. I mean, there is a lot that we could see. You're probably looking at something that's going to ramp up that push. So once you get the first kill or two, you can then look to take advanced positioning on the field and provide that extra threat. Surge has been doing that reasonably well. It does offer that threat and a potential gap closer. So it could snowball itself quite comfortably if they do find those openings. 3R Gaming looking to try and take some real priority in this map, it feels.
Yeah, I like the Surge. I think it does pretty well across the board. I think the bushes as well are just going to help get toward that stage 2 easier because, you can just kind of hide in those bushes and try to creep up in your position rather than having to play like at max range and all that, which is usually how Surges stay stuck on stage 1 for an awful long time and start to really actually like struggle at finding value for their team. So I like it here. I think it's a good map for it. I think Tara is also absolutely terrific. Does a great job at scouting. Super is game-changing, but you gotta land it. We've seen some misses before, especially when it comes to Mr. Yume Goku on the 3R lineup. It is on Team Eclipse that they pick up the Tara now, so this is not going to be an issue. But I think it's a good brawler overall, again, if you land those spools, because you're really like missing out on so much value if you have even a single miss.
Coco to round things out for Team Eclipse. New hypercharge, the overheal, just adds more value to his support potential. I mean, it's that gamble. And then an Ems to round things out. So both teams have sort of that AoE threat in terms of, you know, Tara on the side of Team Eclipse, having that pull, having the gravity, and now Ems, of course, with the slows, just sort of enabling the rest of the team. So solid final picks, I think, for these drafts for both teams. Again, both teams have drafts that could run away with this set.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Ems as well with the hypercharge can be very, very overwhelming in the right hands on this map. So I like the approach from both draft. I didn't see any like huge red flags on either side. I guess the gameplay is going to be what like kind of speaks to that extent and shows us if there are any issues with either of those two drafts. Let's see how it works out. It's early on about playing max range and trying to push your position away. It seems like they have a few more favorable connections for a 3R, pushing Surge and Clash out of the mid and starting to slowly assert their map control.
Yeah, Mamashi pushing up left-hand side. So both the mid and left-hand lane going very comfortably for 3R Gaming. In fact, all three lanes felt quite comfortable for them. They were able to control quite well. IC on the Surge, just chipping away. As soon as they got some priority, they just moved themselves up the field. IC takes out Captain Rocks, Crash in trouble. Isolated between a rock and a hard place, and will just be finished off. And look, yeah, I think 3R Gaming have this well in hand. They draft solidly, they play solidly, and then not to mention they've got the difference in ping to play around that is going to favour them every single time against a full Indian roster, unfortunately.
Nice super hypercharge from Surgeon. Actually takes care of that Ems and manages to create quite a bit of an opening here. Team Eclipse in a position to maybe find a goal. They don't have a hold of the ball really just yet. Yume did have that hypercharge super to kill as Mamashi drops a bomb onto Ash King. And for now, besides that Tara hypercharge, the efforts were kind of in vain here for Team Eclipse.
Yeah, look, it was a bit of a surge. Unfortunately, a surge that didn't translate into much. I say that the surge from 3R Gaming is going to translate into a kill. Ash King hiding, but can't hide for long. Gap cleared. Ball pass to Yume. And he's just going to pass it up to IC, who slots it home. 3R Gaming take the first round of the set, and it looks like they're sitting pretty comfortable. Yeah, look, there was a brief surge from Team Eclipse to make them concerned, I think a little bit concerned potentially, but on the whole, yeah, they weren't by any stretch of the imagination under the pump, so to speak.
Yeah, it was a great opening game from 3R. I mean, there was a little bit of pressure like around the mid game where Team Eclipse had a bit of a chance, but I think they just didn't really manage to capitalize. They got the positioning, but they didn't really have easy hold to the ball. They would have had to like walk back to go get it, and then 3R had so many defensive measures to actually deal with them. It was very well played by 3R. Eclipse showing some signs of life, but not enough to really be a threat in that opening game.
Yeah, not really. I see Sakura on this team. Yume, the super is just locking him down. There's not much you can do. Ball is going to be picked up. Sergeant Clash finished off. Yume picks it up and slots it home. Looking for another pretty easy goal there for 3R Gaming. One more, and they will, of course, take this first set. I mean, Team Eclipse, again, it sucks. You got to wonder how much the ping actually does play into it, and especially in some of these maps where, you know, positioning is key.
It is very hard to tell. Curious as well that IC actually decides to pop the hypercharge while still being on stage 3, having the super but not using it either. You'll be able to slot it in regardless, so it doesn't really matter ultimately. I think I'm just more of a fan of popping the super before the hypercharge, so you get that like stage 4 splitting effect, which is just so brutal. But at the end of the day, a win is a win here. 3R Gaming looking super convincing in this one. I mean, it's 17 kills to 5, a night and day difference. We had a little bit of a moment in game 1 where it felt like Team Eclipse might be able to tie things up, but it's still like 80% of the set where it was 3R Gaming was like, you know, an advantage, if not full on map control.
Yeah, I mean, even when they weren't right up in the face of Team Eclipse's goal, they were controlling the map pretty consistently. This, though, is where there is potential for things to come a bit undone. I don't know if ping difference will be an advantage or a significant disadvantage going into something like Snake Prairie, but look, it's already been an interesting map played out so far. It couldn't hurt. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, it's been chaotic. It's been crazy. I'm expecting like just more of that across the board, as we have a few more series on Snake Prairie for tonight. It's been looking interesting in our opening match. I really want to see if like everyone goes for like similar brawlers, or if there's like different ideas, or I think the question I have is how much depth there is competitively to drafting in Snake Prairie. I think we saw some decent bans earlier. I would be surprised to see some different bans here as well, as there were some brawlers like Bo, Tara, what else did we see? Mo that kind of escaped, and those all felt like brawlers that like I would have expected to see banned for the most part. So I want to see if that's something that is going to be like consistent between our match earlier and this match here.
Yeah, I mean, Eclipse having first pick as we head into the draft. Gale, Buster, Gene banned out, Tara, Buzz, and Bo banned out. So obviously the Bo, enough of a concern that it is going to be taken away. The
Tara as well is banned out. It was open last time. Mo is open too. So that is something to be considered. I'm curious to see how this draft is going to go, because I feel like it's a very different set of bans with some similarities for sure, but for the most part a very different dynamic compared to the CR motivated match earlier.
Yeah. RT. Okay, interesting. So 3R Gaming looking at Snake Prairie and saying we have the potential to innovate here. I mean, Teddy, do you think that this innovation is going to be, I mean, against a team like Team Eclipse, is there potential for this to be punished?
I don't know. I'm trying to think about this because it doesn't really make the most sense to me. I think the porters can do a great job at scouting, but they can also easily be overwhelmed. I think as well that like if there were like a gene in the equation, I would love it, because you know the porters can tank the gene pools and stuff. It's good stuff overall. I'm a bit more curious how this is going to work out. I honestly have no clue. It's an interesting one. I think that RT kind of is a cool pick because like it can scout from afar, but like if it comes to it and it's up close and personal, just like split up from your legs and deal so much damage from up close. So I can see some merit here. It's definitely an interesting comp that 3R Gaming are running. I think it's a much harder comp to pull off than Team Eclipses. Of course, they do still have a final pick, but overall, I think I prefer to that. Okay, this is difficult to explain, but I think that like in a perfect scenario, if it's played perfectly, I think 3R Gaming can have like a super cool draft, you know, with the Mr. P and the Porter scouting and stuff. Like in theory, it's so cool, but then in practice, I feel like Team Eclipse have like a more consistent draft, which is why I prefer it. But I want to see 3R Gaming's draft succeed. That's like, yeah, that's the best explanation I can come with here.
I mean, the irony is not lost on me that with Mr. P, the first line of his descriptor is Mr. P is in over his head, and I feel like there is a chance that that's exactly what's going to happen here on Snake Prairie, but again, a map so fresh in the competitive pool. Obviously, the differences between it was last seen and now mean that the way that it's going to shape up in a competitive environment is going to be vastly different to the last time. So it is unfortunately one of those we aren't going to know until we get into the thick of things. And Teddy, that's exactly what we're going to do.
Coming into game Let's see if Team Eclipse can turn around this match. Early on a gadget pop by Yume, but he's going to get completely overwhelmed. I mean, what is he supposed to do on that right-hand side? Captain Rock's get a free kill. Ash King gets an easy kill into Memeshi that was split up his legs, but not in range of really doing anything there. Very awkward situation early on. However, Memeshi does manage to find a trade now onto Surgeon Clash at last. And it's only a 1-star difference. Maybe there is some room here to make a play if IC can pull out there and they can try to reset, push all together. I can see something happen.
I'm a bit lost and confused, but we'll see. IC takes down Sergeant Clash. The Rosa is costing just a little bit here in Sergeant Clash. Has the hyper up. Might Machine going to be found. Isolated, but Ash King going down gives that star advantage still over. So they are trying. They are definitely trying, Team Eclipse, but unfortunately that's about the most that they're doing. Mamashi again finds another massive opening onto Sergeant Clash as Rosa just not able to get the defensive utility up in time. Mamashi finds Captain Rocks. Team Eclipse maybe leaning into the shenanigans a little bit too hard here at the moment as Sergeant Clash once again falling. They will finish off IC. But 3-hour Gaming, 2 more stars, and they're just gonna finish off Ash King. Easy pickup, easy win. I don't know. I'm not quite sure that was it. I don't think that was it with the draft, unfortunately.
I still kind of think their draft is easier to pull off for the most part. I just think that, like, I don't know if it's the delay or just like them not having the hottest game. Like, they shouldn't be giving away so much value to the Master. It just doesn't really make sense to me. A lot of those hits they were taking were just like preventable. But let's see if this game is going to be a different story. Surgeon Clash gets melted again, and there's just no one there to trade him. That's really the shame here in that situation, is that was an easily tradable kill at least to prevent like escalation. However, the trades are just not there, and with a team wipe now on the board, that's 8 stars for 3R, just a blue star for Team Eclipse. This is a massive early start for 3R.
I mean, Meshi is just farming on the RT at the moment. And, I mean, look, Yume does go down to Captain Rocks, but he's mopped up pretty cleanly afterwards. Such a clash. Can't do much. He's just isolated, slowed. I don't know. Team Eclipse had the capabilities. I think it's just the restrictions of the server and the ping difference that really undo them in competitions like these.
It's been tough, but Hypercharged Rosa trying to get some value. I see is so incredibly low, but he's still alive. And those stars would have been enough to give over the lead, but his teammates were just not there to help him out. And some of the like team synergy and team chemistry here just not working out at all for Team Eclipse. They need to focus on the same players. They need to focus on the same fights. Play together as a team, and so far they have been failing at that. It's not over just yet, but with a match point in 3R's hands, they do need to clutch things up now. IT is so incredibly low, he goes down. Can they get the trade? It is traded out by 3R. They're still in the lead.
1 star and a dream, and 3R Gaming looks for some priority. IC spotted. Captain Rocks needs to do big damage, but it doesn't matter. The Shelly is just going to pump away. 19 stars apiece, though. Teddy, 4 seconds. That blue star is in the hands of Team Eclipse, but Yume finishing off Clash. We'll seal the deal, and 3R Gaming take down Eclipse. 2-0 sweep, knocked them into that lower bracket.
I can't believe that comp worked so well here for 3R. That was super impressive. Some cool tech as well with the RT here. Not a brawl I would have immediately thought of either, but they played that phenomenally overall. 3R was a great draft, some great plays across the board, and showing their dominance over Team Eclipse.
Yeah, unfortunately, Team Eclipse struggling just a little bit, whether it was the ping difference entirely that was to cause their downfall, whether it was a couple of draft issues, whatever the case may be. But it does mean that Team Eclipse will be heading down to the lower bracket to take on Legion Gamers. Teddy, when we come back after the break, we send more teams home. We'll see you guys back in a bit.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Coming back from the break, and Teddy, unfortunately, it's time to send some more teams home. But I have good news. We round out the best of threes with our last couple of series, and then tomorrow it's all best of 5. It's smooth sailing. We get to enjoy the fun part of the action, of course. But I mean, looking at it, jumping in the bracket, Crazy Raccoon and 3R Gaming in the upper bracket semi. If we're being honest with ourselves, no real surprise there. The only maybe potential upset was the fact that it's not Coco Loco that's there alongside Crazy Raccoon, I'd argue.
Yeah, I think it's a fair shout to make. Overall, it was a very close match. One of the closest matches we had besides CR Motivated. But yeah, I think that was the biggest final result surprise. I'd say maybe the biggest surprise overall was that Motivated almost beat Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, look, to be fair, that was a very, very entertaining series to watch, but jumping down into the lower bracket, let's kick things off. Legion Gamers and Team Eclipse. One of these two teams will have to head home, but Legion Gamers coming in. Look, an unknown quantity out of Malaysia for the most part. They did get a free win in the form of a forfeit from Team 1 in this round 1 of the lower bracket. Team Eclipse, though, I mean, the known quantity of the two, arguably more than likely the better team in this situation. So for them, it should be a pretty comfortable way to round out the night, I'd argue.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll have to see how it goes down. I think Team Eclipse is a strong team across the board. Like, they've shown so much greatness throughout the last few years, especially Surgeon. Have they really hit the goals with this current roster? I don't know. I think there's a discussion to be had there, but they're a strong roster. They've shown some good stuff before. I think they're hungry, especially. That's the thing about them. They're hungry for more. They're hungry for more achievements. Legion gamers, it's a bit different. It's been a bit more quiet, and we have yet to really see their true potential.
Yeah, and of course, Pool C for the remainder of the evening. For those of you that may not have remembered, coming up off the break, Snake Prairie, nothing but Snake Prairie for the rest of the evening. No, we've got Sneaky Fields as well, and potentially if we need those size map, I get the feeling we probably don't. But yeah, look, it's going to be interesting to see more of that Snake Prairie meta develop. Whether or not it's a super serious meta that we'll see translate into Worlds, but whatever the case may be, it's made for an interesting map nonetheless.
I mean, we've seen it in the match of CR against Motivated that it can kind of close the gap a little bit, and open things up for some surprises and some cheeky, cheesy comps across the board. So we'll see how that actually turns out. So far, I have to say, I think it's been kind of going as expected. So we'll have to see if these two teams here have maybe some more original or different ideas to bring to the table.
Yeah, look, it does okay. And Teddy, from the sounds of it, Eclipse have just forfeited. We are just waiting on confirmation. Legion gamers get 2-0 by Crazy Raccoon, and then have just had a free ride into day 2 of stage 3 of the LPL Brawl Stars APAC tour. They have lost a best of 3, and now we'll get to play a best of 5 against either Coco, Loco, or Motivated. So it's gone from a unbelievably tough matchup in their first game to an even harder matchup, I imagine, tomorrow in their first game of the day.
This is crazy. I mean, can we just talk about the unbelievable bracket luck that this Legion team has, that they literally have 2 forfeits in a row that carries them all the way to day 2. I mean, it happens rarely, but when it does, I guess there's some charm to it, and it's gonna be a tough start of the tournament for them on day 2 against
the crazy thing is
team.
Though, Teddy, if they win 2 matches in this tournament, they'll be in the money. Which, for a team that is a complete unknown to both of us, it was fairly impressive. Look, they're guaranteed top 4 at the very least. So there's that. But look, it makes for a quick match, and of course we turn our attention to our final match of the day, Coco Loco versus Motivated, which will likely be... I mean, Coco Loco, 3R Gaming was a huge match. Motivated, Crazy Crew. This is probably going to be another hugely impressive match, at least to round out the evening.
I'm with you here. I mean, I kind of had no expectations from Motivated. I knew that Stardragon was heavily involved. I know that Denku is a good player as well, but there was no huge expectation. Coco Loco is different, right? Well, we know they're known quantity. They have been competing in the Brawl Stars Championship for years. Some of those players, I mean, Response is a world champion. It's a Mickey Mouse world champion because, it was Worlds in 2020 from home with delay. So, it was very different than the standards that we have nowadays. However, Motivated, they came out of nowhere, they really did. And they played incredibly well against CR. We know Stardragon, but the rest of the squad started to actually be on the map in that match against CR. And I want them to confirm themselves in this match. For me, this is their match where they actually get to show who they are and how scary of a team they can be. And I want to see a proper victim, because against CR they showed some threats, but there was no consequences. I'm cheering for them here against Coco Loco. I want to see that villain story happen, and I think this is an opportunity. But maybe I'm overreading the situation, and Coco Loco are just gonna completely sweep them. But I want to see the story where Motivated actually goes through to day 2 tomorrow.
Teddy's out here just looking for the chalk outlines on the concrete. That's all he wants from the day. But yeah, look, it's going to be about Pool C once again. So Sneaky Field, Stake Prairie, and yeah, look, the hot zone one if we get there, we'll see. Either way, yeah, look, it's been a day. It's been a day of it. It's been Brawl Stars, and I'm excited to see how they play this one out. Motivated. I mean, the fact, yeah, they nearly took out Crazy Raccoon. Coco Loco stumbled against 3R Gaming. So both teams are sort of coming off different trajectories into this lower bracket matchup.
That is very true. I mean, Motivated for one just kind of happened to get there now, you know, losing against the favorites of the tournament as well. So I think that mindset-wise, they might be in a better place. However, I mean, they still don't have the same level of experience than their opposition, you know? So Coco Loco, they do have a bit of an advantage there, just being, you know, much like they're elder in the Brawl Stars competitive scene at this point. Like they've seen the early days and they've stuck around to be here now. Sometimes getting more success than others. This year has been rough. I mean, not qualifying by 1 point, like that's gotta be a true, no pun intended, that's gonna be a true motivation for this final LPL tournament as well, because this is their chance to end with like a W, and Motivated, they're standing in their way.
Yeah, more than likely, it is a possibility for Motivated to just become roadkill if Coco Loco have anything to say about it, because yeah, definitely be a little bit chapped off the back of Na'Vi stealing their spot by 1 point and then playing as poorly as, or performing as poorly as they did at the LCQ. I mean, as a diehard Na'Vi fanboy, even I was surprised to see the results that were coming out from them. So yeah, look, sometimes APAC does make it hard to be a fan. That's all I'll say about it.
Yeah, I think that there's arguments to be made here. I think that like internationally things are very different than like locally, because like the mindset, the like cultural clash and the way they approach the game isn't like as different here. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how those two teams fare, and I really want to see this match go the distance.
Well, speaking of going the distance, we're actually going to go to a quick break. On the other side, we close out day one of the APAC Tour Stage 3. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Nothing quite raises the stakes like a bit of suspense, Teddy. We have confirmation that all players are here, ready to go. No more of these shenanigans to round out the night. We will have one more best of 3, Coco, Loco, and Motivated, with Coco Loco winning the coin toss for Sneaky Fields. I mean, is there anything that you're immediately saying they're looking to snap up? Looking at the bans, Mo's out, unfortunately. So's Larry Laurie. Stu taken out. Rico and Frank and Gale, which, I mean, has been banned out for the most part tonight, seeing its pick up here in Map Pool C.
Yeah, I think it's a pick that makes a lot of sense early on here, because there's pretty much all tanks besides Frank that are still open. So you kind of want to make sure you are like clear of those with a strong defensive anti-tank pick like that Gale. So I think it's the right approach here from Coco Loco. Motivated gonna answer with a max. So instead of slowing things down like Coco Loco, looking to speed up the pace with that max energy. I like it. I think across the board it can be very solid on this map. I have my eyes kind of like on well, I was about to say Melody and Nita. Nita is gonna be picked up now by Motivated. I think it pairs really well as well with that max. I think Sandy is still a brawler to really heavily consider here. Tanks are still definitely an option as well. So yeah, I think there's definitely ways to go here on both sides with the last 3 picks of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, Max has seen a huge amount of play out of APAC as a whole, and they're fairly solid in terms of damage output and just threading through all of those beefy frontliners. Gale, Surge coming through. He's seen a bit of a spike today, or rather just as of late in the meta, so it's not crazy out of left field, and hasn't necessarily felt like we've seen it play to its full potential, but we've definitely seen it on the Sneaky Fields already. So I mean, rounding things out, which direction you look to head, Motivated do have the tools to shred through this Coco Loco roster, so I'm probably looking for something for Coco Loco that allows a little bit more acceleration, so potentially something like that Melody just to speed pace up.
See what the final pick is going to be here from Coco Loco. It's going to be the Rosa, so there's tanks on the menu. Because the Nita is already a counter, but limited counter, because obviously if there's like a shield on the Rosa, there's nothing the Nita can do really without a bear as well. It's very hard for the Nita to kind of like match the nervosity of that pick. But Motivated do have a final one to go for an answer here. Probably going to be a direct tank counter. I would still consider something like a Shelly we brought in. It's going to be a Tara instead. So instead using the supers and being fed more supers, I don't mind it. Probably a better approach than the Shelly. So I respect that idea. I think both sides here have very decent drafts and definitely have win conditions. I don't know if it's an equal draft, but I think it's close to it.
Yeah, I just think with the little bit beefier front line, it's not necessarily a comp that feels like it can steamroll from the side of, I want to say Motivated, but I'm pretty sure it's Coco Loco that I'm thinking of. It's getting late. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, no, Coco Loco's draft has the potential to really steamroll things, whereas you look at no, sorry, the other way around. Coco Loco has the potential to get swept over here by Motivated, given just the fast-paced play that is achievable with the Anita, the Max, and the Tara as well. But if it's a slightly slowed down pace, if Coco Loco can force Motivated to play into them, yeah, I think this is pretty comfortable territory for them.
Right, slow from the Rosa here, getting some good value. However, the bear being placed down, the stun is gonna put them to complete hold. The pass to the Nita, and now an open goal for Mira. Nicely done by Motivated early on, and so far punishing that Rosa pick really nicely. Roshi getting absolutely pushed down by Myra. Beautifully done. The pass from Midas. Can they find a goal here? Jay is there to defend, and for now it seems like Coco Loco are still in this opening game.
And so I was talking about, the problem is that Motivated have a comp which can steamroll so acceleratedly that unless Coco Loco find those openings, if they just... They do solidly answer back with a goal of their own, but again, it's scrappy, it's not super comfortable. A couple of hypers on the cards as well. Motivated super out there. Hiroshi looking to try and stack up those levels. The response goes in deep. Hypercharge super's out as well. Walking the ball home. And okay, so they get some breathing room. They let Rosa do what Rosa does best, which is just be an absolute unit.
Yeah, this is the thing I think with those two comps where like motivated, they aim for like consistency. Like consistency in the fights is going to be in their favors. However, the Rosa, like you get a hypercharge, you get a surge popping up, like you have those moments where Coco Loco can kind of just break through and get big opportunities, and those are hard to stop. So it's kind of like in waves like that, where Coco Loco, they have some opportunities to initiate, but like still 70% of the time, it's not easy fights for them. However, motivated, they seem a bit more scared this time around, and early on, Hiroshi gonna find a pickup. 2 low HP players left now for motivated, and this should be resulting in a goal. The pass from Jay to Hiroshi, he can just walk this one in, and Coco Loco get the early lead.
Yeah, pretty significant momentum shift there, if we're being honest. Response, he's popped the super. He's looking to get in close and deal out some punishment. X9J in trouble, still alive. Super pass up towards Response, but doesn't have the HP to be working with. Over to left-hand side, X9J, but he's isolated and alone. Is motivated, we'll just stack on up, get those spawns back in. A hypercharge goal. Oh, it's intercepted, Danku! Just not enough urgency there. And Coco Loco off the spawn will pick up the shot on goal. Danku drops X9J, but that ball is hard left. Hiroshi has the hypercharge. It's not going to be enough. Ball to mirror, into the goal. What a piece. But that could have been over a lot quicker than it was.
Yeah, a lot of utility used, but still another need to hypercharge. Another Tara super available as well. Goes for it. Does manage to survive that encounter. Was the up close Rosa. The pinch is there. Nicely done by Myra. Jay gets the ball away to prevent a follow-up goal from happening too quickly. Is there enough to stop it? I don't think so. Myra just walks through, and motivated take that game. First set going all the way to a third game already.
Yeah, again, it swings and pendulums, doesn't it, Teddy? You see in the first round of the set, it comes either for Coco Loco, things play out the way that they want to. Yeah, look, chaotic to say the very least, but it happens. And then motivated, go back to playing the way they want to. Hyper accelerated, up in the thick of things, causing mayhem and chaos along the way. Right now, though, Coco Loco get themselves some breathing room. So motivated, ease up on the trigger. They don't commit to the heavy aggression, and it gives Coco Loco that room to breathe and allows Response to work his way up the field. We're sitting on a knife's edge here in this first set, and it could be a very, very pace-dictating one, especially given Response is in, looking for some action, looking for some smoke. He's going to find the one-for-one trade. Ball working its way up. Hiroshi does go down. The shot is going to be off the mark, but X9J and Midas find themselves in a 1v1. Gadget drop, Midas in trouble, but so is X9J. Much of a muchness. Doesn't really lead to much for either side other than ball positioning for Coco Loco.
All right, for now, ball back in control of motivated. Can they find an opportunity here to score? Doesn't seem like it. Slow approach, response, pop, super, and gadget, and hypercharge. Every button has been pressed, and surely that results in a goal, but actually Danita gets the ball away with a hypercharged Tarano as well available for motivated. They might be able to just slow things down. That should have been a goal. That's a big mistake here from Coco Loco.
That was positioning in a nutshell. The ball was passed up towards Hiroshi, but Anita got in the way, picked up the ball. Hiroshi has the opportunity to go for the super shot, but they clear out every single member of motivated before slotting that ball home. Just looking to make sure that they had everything they could possibly want going into the reset. 46 seconds, Hiroshi just slowly losing out on those levels, but in deep response there. Super hyper charge coming out from X9J. Hiroshi finds an opening, and there you go, the reset. Coco Loco, reverse sweep out the brawl ball, but it was not comfortable. You could imagine that in the way that they played.
And it was just as I was saying earlier, you know, like consistency was in favor of motivated, but there's just those breakthrough moments, whether it's a Rosa hypercharge or a Gil hypercharge, like it was there towards the end, or earlier the Surge hypercharge too at the end of in the middle of this last game. Those were the difference makers, and Coco Loco was just able to capitalize off those moments incredibly well in that final game. Especially, I think it was super apparent where they were like very like neck and neck, when it came to the fights, but then those hypercharges came through and they were just so much more valuable compared to like a Nita or a Tara hypercharge, which are good, don't get me wrong, but it's not the same as like, you know, brawlers like Surge or Gil or Rosa, where the hypercharge is basically a free goal at this level.
Yeah, and it's time. It's time, Teddy Bounty, Snake Prairie. Oh boy, this is going to be absolute chaos, and I'm here for it. Coco Loco, I mean, reverse sweeping out the Brawl Ball, you got to respect it. They did take a little bit to get that comp working the way that they wanted it to, motivated. I think they just eased up on the pressure just a little bit too much, whether it was a case of they were positioned wrong and as a result they then, you know, took too much damage, weren't able to keep up that pressure, whatever the case may be. I mean, ultimately, the avenue was provided for Coco Loco to get back into it, and from there they just, yeah, look, they really struck home. So Snake Prairie presents a unique opportunity for Motivated to come out of left field and play something that is unexpected and could cause some real mental strife for Coco Loco here.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, we've seen the ability from Motivated to play on this map and actually win a set to CR. So this is an area where so far it does seem like maybe the advantage lies with Motivated. They will have the first pick as well. It's going to be a both first pick. Looking at the bans here, Buzz is going to be banned out, Tara, Shelly, all the bans here from Coco Loco. Motivated taking out the Chester. Hyper is an interesting one here. Hyper. Okay. That is interesting. And Gil, which makes a lot more sense.
I mean, to be fair, I can understand the Piper, given that the last thing you want in a bush-heavy map is to all of a sudden be taking an insane amount of damage, and then out of nowhere, someone is up in the face here, finishing you off. So I can respect it. The RT coming out, which we've seen to varying levels of effect on a number of different maps and game modes tonight, it has some pretty crazy burst potential. But, I mean, again, pairing is key with these drafts.
I think that RT was probably the best brawler they could have gone for in this situation. This pretty much prevents any like tanky picks from shining, and they're basically going for the same comp that Motivated went for earlier so far, isn't it? Except maybe they had the Tara. I think they had the Tara, but they did have a. Or wait, was it? No, maybe I'm mistaken.
No, I think it was the Tara because the Sandy was banned, but now we're seeing the reverse with Tara's banned, but Sandy is potentially available. I don't know whether or not the interchangeability of those two, and with the Frank coming out for Motivate, I mean, again, we've seen that played to varying, again, degrees of effect. You almost want to see something like a max for both sides, which just allows a little bit more mobility and damage output, but I think given the coverage of bushes, you even lean more towards that assassin style. Maybe not so much for Coco Loco, given that, you know, Bo now obviously having that advantage in terms of lines of sight, but it's definitely something that would potentially go amiss for something for Motivated in this situation.
Yeah, it's a scary brawler here. Motivated will get to lock in their final brawler now. Do they want to double down on the tanks? They're going to go for Pearl. Okay. Well, this is another brawler we've seen much of recently. It's still decent, though. I mean, it's a hypercharged brawler, so that helps. Gadget is very good. Star power is good, too. Scouting is not bad either. You just want to make sure you get, like, you keep enough heat in order to deal the extra damage and have the shield from the star power. But look at that response from Response. It's going to be the Daryl. Lovely final pick here. That's gonna be super threatening. What a way as well to like turn up the pace and actually go in for those kills. And now because he got the changes, he gets to go in and then dash out too. So it's a very versatile pick, and Daryl's in a great place right now.
Yeah, I mean, for Coco Loco, it's a reasonably bulky lineup as well, so they do have a pretty decent amount of overall health pool to be able to commit to these sustained fights. It's not super squishy lineup by any stretch of the imagination from Motivated either, but I mean, there's a lot more potential, it feels like, in terms of disruption, especially now with the Daryl in play.
Let's see how this set goes. Could be Motivated's last if they're not careful. Alrighty, Hiroshi getting his Super Wizard's gadget, and that's going to be a free kill on the Frank. Nothing that Frank can do from that position on Mira. is going to get absolutely melted as well. The blue star still up for grabs. The pull into response should result in a kill, and it will, despite the shield being popped. Still 2 stars in favor of Coco Loco, and Motivated, they got work to do.
Yeah, they really do. And I mean, the Daryl is such a problem buster there. X9J deep in, and the double super dash comes out, and it's a full team wipe. Coco Loco, oh wow, and even X9J, he's hitting the emotes, hitting the shush. They know exactly what just happened.
That was crazy. I mean, Response being low HP there, baiting all of them to push him, and then he triple pulls the roll in from the Daryl. That was absolutely disgusting from Coco Loco. They did give away a kill now. So Motivated trying to close the gap, but it's still a big advantage here for Coco Loco. 7 stars in their favor. Can Motivated find an opening? That's the name of the game here.
That's exactly it. How do you get yourself back in? You don't necessarily have the max for the acceleration response. Shield does go. He stops it with the montage, rather. Well, he's going to be finished off by Miros. Both teams contesting heavily. X9J, though, in the back line. Danku running for his life as Miro falls soon after. Danku's going to have to pull something big out here if they want it, but the time's not on their side. 20 stars picked up. Yeah, look. Unfortunately, the Frank, without the mobility, a bit of a struggle because you're taking so much punishment. You're just bleeding so much super and getting near to your opponents to get any meaningful damage off that, I mean, especially with the Daryl in play. Yeah, look. Either way, it's, it feels like it's missing a crucial element here.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I think the pro pick so far is not really convincing either. I think that leaving Daryl open, I mean, look at the massacre that he's able to pull here with the help of Hiroshi as well on that RT. RT might be like top 3 best brawlers on this map. It's actually disgusting the value you can find with it, especially against tanks. Like, you can just get so much work done. Danku goes for the stun, doesn't connect either. So it does restrict the playing area just a little bit. Response goes for a pull, another free kill here for Jay.
Yeah, I think this might be a pretty quick round out of this lower bracket. So Motivated, unfortunately, is, yeah, look, a couple of picks here and there, but mostly still going Coco Loco's way. X9J going to be finished off, so 11 stars apiece. Motivated, not have it just yet, so they are at least stringing that damage together. But whether or not they can close it out and potentially bring this back to match points is another question. Yeah, I just feel like the max might have offered more value because it would have allowed Frank to close that gap a little bit faster.
Yeah, this is not a bad shot. Not a bad shot at all. For now, though, this is the comp they're stuck with, and Motivated gotta come up with a play. The shield is gonna be popped. Super from Danku nevertheless. But look at Jay go. He finds 1. He finds 2. Myra does get the trade. It's a 1-star difference. Response and Hiroshi both low HP. Super is available at the press of a gadget for Hiroshi to get back onto his legs. And Motivated need 1 singular kill. That's all that it takes here to turn things around. Response vulnerable, but Jay comes in with a kill. Myra finds the trade. Still a singular star, but I don't think they can create enough space here. And Coco Loco fend that final assault off. They are through to the next round of the lower bracket, and Motivated are eliminated.
Yeah, unfortunately, and yeah, it just felt like Motivated's comp there on Snake Prairie was lacking something, and it was that ability to close the gap for the Frank. I mean, even something like a Sandy, an M, something that would slow Coco Loco down to enable the Frank to get in and actually do what the Frank needs to do. But yeah, just it wasn't there for them, and as a result, yeah, they just were outpaced. They're consistently being kited around the map, and Coco Loco, I think as soon as they saw that Frank come out, they're like, yep, cool, we know exactly what we're doing. Let's get it done. Let's win this series and keep our lower bracket run going.
It was a good attempt. I think they had some good ideas across the board, and Motivated is definitely a team that, like, in future seasons, I would keep my eyes out for, because they showed some really good stuff against CR earlier. They showed some promising stuff here too against Coco Loco, but it just simply wasn't quite enough to actually, like, close out those games and especially close out those matches.
I mean, that's exactly it. Having a look at our bracket, though, let's see where things conclude at the end of day one. Crazy Raccoon, 3R Gaming, Coco, Loco, and Legion Gamers, of all people, still remaining in the competition, going into tomorrow and the best of 5 format. If their first game of the tournament was a wake-up call, their first game of game 2 might be the knockout punch, Teddy.
It is a hilarious storyline here for Legion Gamers. I mean, they're gonna go to bed tonight crossing their fingers for another forfeit tomorrow that sends them to the finals of the lower bracket, because like so far it's been working for them.
Yeah, look, who's to say? Maybe that's what happens. Either way, what I do know for sure, Teddy, is that we are back same time tomorrow for game 2, best of 5 format now for the remainder of the tournament. So make sure you're back to see how it all plays out and how stage 3 of the LPL Brawl Stars APAC tour concludes. We'll see you guys back tomorrow, same time, same place.